track leagues was the cherry on top for me, and Harry's such a phenomenal rider was, yeah, just special.
Well, it's great to have you here, and I'll move over to Lee. And Lee, congratulations, and you know you come through the ranks, and in Paris you just put it all together. Those starts, the pressure for you to get the team up to speed, but you nailed everyone. How was that feeling, mate, at the end when you knew you'd won the rainbow jersey?
Oh, to be honest, I didn't know he'd won it because in Paris there's only one screen. So when I rolled around to the last split, I saw was 0.3 up. So at that moment, I was like, I think we've got it. I hope we've got it. And then the next one, didn't know what happened. The crowd was so loud. And then luckily, I think I saw maybe Richo celebrate. So I was like, he's definitely not celebrating for seconds. So that's how I knew.
Yeah, and for yourself, you know, you come from Wales, you come through the ranks, you come through Sassy, you worked up through the juniors, and now in this senior team, and you got a real camaraderie and belief amongst yourselves, haven't you?
Yeah, I think the team sprint is one of the craziest aspects of our sport right now. To win a medal by yourself, but to share it with maybe three other blokes, if there's four of you, is like, it's almost like that footy feeling of winning a premiership almost, but a little bit better, I'd say, to be honest. And yeah, hopefully we can win some Olympic gold medals in the future. Well,
congratulations, and I'll go over to Tom. And Tom, part of the team, and it's great that you're pushing each other to get there. And I said yourself with rainbow bands, but you know it augurs well with the depth we've got and pushing us as we head towards Paris next year.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons that we are so good is because we just have so many people. Like we have so many riders that are able to challenge and step up to that top level, and we just had so many guys to pick from on the day, and like we pieced it together with what we had, and yeah, it's just like I don't think there's any other countries out there that have the depth that we do, and like it obviously shows on the board, like at the end of the day.
And like Lee yourself, you climbed up through the ranks and from juniors, and yeah, you had a Commonwealth Games silver medal in the time trial and a World Championship jersey. It's a pretty good 2022 leading to start this year and push you forward for the next couple of years.
Yeah, it was a pretty good year. Like obviously we're always trying for more, and like this year's no different. Like we obviously have got some pretty big aspirations for this year, but yeah, like quite happy with how it went and looking forward to what's to come.
Well, well done all three of you. Credit, ladies and gentlemen, our World Men's Team Sprint Champions, along with the juniors, Matthew Richardson, Lee Hoffman, Tom Cornish, and of course Matthew Glaitzer, the fourth team member who's not here at the moment, but very special to have 6 world champions on the track here tonight. And we'll get racing underway very, very shortly. Myself with Graham Zucker, and some fantastic action across all elite men, women, and the juniors. And the first event will be underway very shortly, the junior men's scratch race.
Okay, program starts with the junior men's scratch race. As you can see the name, Alec Guglielmucci. We've got Alex Hughes. They're just doing a bit of a flick around with the board at the moment, but some of the up-and-coming young juniors, of course, plenty of racing tonight, and of course a great interview with Alex with all of those world champion riders. So absolutely magnificent. The riders now coming into their turn. And of course, number 81 on the saddle cloth, riding very strongly at the moment. That is Bailey McDonald. So some of the riders here you'll see from Interstate, because we've got the Junior National Track Junior Series being conducted at the moment. Very warm conditions yesterday, and pretty hot again today. But again, I was talking to some of the officials here tonight, and of course the juniors, they just never lay down. They were going all the time, all out. So at number 80 on the front there now, Alex Hughes, Bailey McDonald, Ben Coates, Darcy Greenwood, Jeremy Cannon, Liam Gottrin, Mitchell Louis Mitchell, Sam Washington, and William Brown. But William Brown just doing his little bit of a turn at the moment. But just while they're going, and they've got 12 laps to go, great field of riders there. And that interview just showing that such a talent at the moment. Those juniors, pretty awesome in those colours.
Yeah, the rainbow bands, as I said, very special. Many aspire to it, few get to achieve it. And now we have our juniors here, and the next rider come from here. These riders have been racing the last few days here, been fantastic racing. And this in their scratch race. And certainly they've had there Alex Hughes that is leading along. Bailey McDonald, he's been in great form the last couple of days I've witnessed. He leads them and swings up now. So just all taking their turns at the front. A little bit of tempo riding in the scratch race as they got 9 to go.
Yeah, of course, I can see a few fans going out up in the grandstand there. Of course, has to be a climate neutral venue sort of thing for here at the Adelaide Superdrome. So stay nice and cool. Keep yourself hydrated even though you're inside, but keep the fluids up. Riders will be doing as well. So there they go at the moment. Number 85 just swinging through nicely there. Liam Goldman. For the local rider there, Alex Guglielmucci, number 79 in the mix, sitting in second spot in the orange colours there, coming up to get 8 to go. 15 laps was the field. So let's just coming up to the road course now. Number 81 leads it away. Bailey McDonald, as Alex was saying, that he's been on fire of late as one of the top juniors. This is your junior race. The first of the night, the junior men's scratch race over 15 laps. We will have the junior women coming up after this. William Brown swings to the top there. Number 80 goes through there. Alex Hughes. So coming up to 6 to go next time round. Big week of cycling, a big like 8 days of cycling coming up, of course, with there's some more track racing here for, I think, tomorrow. Then, of course, teams presentation for the TDU on Friday night. We've got the criteriums on the classic street race on Saturday in town, so that should be a great event. Later in the evening, plenty of heat during the day, but it means that the racing will be hard, tough and fast. Then, of course, the women's Santos Women's Tour Down Under starts on the Sunday, and that's a race that starts at Glenelg and works its way down to Aldinga. So they're heading down the back straight there, getting down to the business end. 4 laps to go. Doesn't sound a lot, 4 laps to go, but 1 kilometre. And of course the juniors all riding restricted gearing there, so they don't want to go out too hard. The senior riders can go at 4 to go, but the juniors have to just delay that little bit of a spurt as they go through. Alex Guglielmucci. William Brown just moving up. Nobody wants to take the initiative at the moment as they're heading down through 2 to go. So 2 to go. Some of the juniors, of course, have to start something. Number 85 looks very good at the moment. Liam Goldman, he's going to stay on the front. Quite confident of riding on the front there. Very hot conditions. The track will be super fast. Hot during the day, fast track during the night. As you can see, 1 to go, Rick. Here they come, the big move from the back there. 87 looks very good. Samuel Washington really moving. Now the big drive on the back there. Number 80 firing around the hip there. Comes around that corner. And can he lose the bend? He comes around the corner. Number 80 throws the wheel in front. A big strong win from Alex Hughes. They're our juniors. They're our future, Rick. Okay, some nice, beautiful music in the background as well. 15 laps, equal opportunity bikes. As you can see, the juniors, they're getting bigger and bigger, I reckon. I'll tell you what, the parents must have a really good, hefty bill when it comes to the food there, because some of these juniors really fairly strongly built. Young Alex Hughes taking out the win there, number 80 in that previous one. The first of the races tonight, junior 15-lap scratch race. Okay, second race for the night is the Junior Women's 15-lap scratch. April Cat, Ava Schmidtke, Ebony Robinson, Eden Sealy Cunnington, Leonie Vanderberg, Madeline Wasserback, Regan Stanton and Scarlett Sybil making up some of those junior under 15. The pace is going to be as quick. And head down that back straight. 15 laps is the go. Of course, a lot of these juniors have been racing here today with the Junior Track Series, which is a great concept brought to you. It's been going a few years now, and it means that all the riders from around Australia can compete in a national junior track series. So very good indeed. So April Cat there in the black colours swings to the top. We've got Schmidtke comes through and has a great effort there at the moment. So plenty of eateries outside at the entrance of the venue. The bar is open, so you can grab a cool drink or partake in a alcoholic drink. Drink sensibly, of course, and remember to just make sure that you keep yourself hydrated nicely through the day. Pace is going up a little bit there. You can see a few gaps starting to appear there. Number 93, Eden Sealy Cunnington takes the lead. Short, sharp turns is what it's all about at the moment as they're heading down the back straight there. And Ava Schmidtke right in the mix there, Leonie Vanderberg. One of our top riders. And at first, it's a long time since we had the South Australian Dockyard criteriums where Ava Schmidtke and Leonie Vanderberg dead across the line were unable to separate those two riders, and a dual state criterium gold medalists. Schmidtke swings to the top. Short, sharp turns, 9 laps to go. And the 98 rider goes through now. And that's Hayley Dell. You can see no one's really taking the initiative at the moment, coming up to get to go. So 7 laps completed, 8 laps to go, 99 on the saddle cloth. Moves away nicely, Rose Caitland as he heads on that back straight. You've been Junior series here over the last day.
Been some great racing with the juniors over the last day. They've tired legs out there. They raced for about 7 hours yesterday. They've raced for another 5 hours today, so they'll be feeling the effects. And of course, the renowned Adelaide heat has arrived, and that adds to their fatigue. But they haven't stopped racing from the first race yesterday morning until now. And some great young riders. They come round with 6 to go, and the pressure's been applied there. Been nice and hard on the race. You see it stretch the legs out of riders, creates a bit of a gap. And that's Anna Dubier who's forced the pace. Put a couple of riders in trouble, but just trying to take the sting maybe out of the legs of the young ladies with the sprint legs in them. As they get 5 to go, now the pace has settled back down. Madeline Wasserback swings up, and then Leonie Vanderberg goes through. So just a few looks over the shoulder there, Graham, but they certainly, as juniors always do, they don't know the word slow. They just race constantly. I said a big day today and another 6 hours in their legs from yesterday.
Yeah, pretty tough conditions. I think they've got some good coaches with those junior group there, and they would have kept them hydrated through the day. But as Rick said, that they don't have a break. They just keep going all the time. So just easing up a little bit now. Ava Schmidtke riding on April Cat there. Has just dropped off the back there, not able to go with them at this stage. Now the big move from number 91, that Ava Schmidtke really driving it strong on the front, down that back straight, swings it up, trying to get a little bit of a gap on the field, coming up to 3 to go. Inside that last kilometre, as they're heading down around that top corner, heading into 1 to go, 2 to go. Schmidtke leads it nicely. Ebony Robinson looks good in the front there in the orange colours. Heading down that back, wants to lead it out. It's not like a big outdoor track of 400 metres, a 250 metre track. He feels confident on the front. Ebony Robinson in the bright colours there, sitting on the wheel there. It's 89 it looks like. But Robinson now kicks off the seat. She feels really strong. The big move move on the outside. But Robinson holding there nicely up the straight there, but the bank on the outside will get her there. Number 89 will take the win right across the line. Anna Dubia takes the win, but a good strong lead out ride there from Ebony Robinson. So give the young girls a bit of a cheer when they come through. Great racing.
So now we're getting ready for the Elite Men's Keirin round 2. They had their qualifying, well, the first round earlier today. And the Keirin, probably one of the most exciting events on the track cycling calendar. And we had the big names out. Matthew Richardson, world champion team sprint, silver medalist in the sprint. He lines up. They draw for positions from the bottom to the top before they go out. They draw number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6. They must stay in those positions unless they're willingly overtaken. They do 6 laps. Then the bike will come off. 2 to go. The first 3 will go into the major final. The next 3 will go into runoff for 7th, 12th. But it is a red hot field. You're sitting there. Hoffman, he's down on the bottom. Up there, of course, you see Sam Gallagher, the Victorian. Byron Davies up on top. They'll line up. They'll get the okay to the motorbike in the back. Josh Harrison on the motorbike there. And then underway. And the speed is governed on the motorbike. It starts off at 35 kilometres an hour, builds up to 50 kilometres an hour before it swings off. It's a very, very exciting race. No fear amongst them. Hitting speeds up to 75 kilometres an hour in the end. And this, Graham, a spot in the final, the first 3 to the major final. And if you look through the field, Hoffman, Richardson, Gallagher, Davies, it's a cracking field for a semi-final.
It's a great field. Of course, Matthew Richardson, we all know what he's done over the last so many months there. Ned Pollard, great ride. Tate Ryan, up-and-coming young junior from South Australia. Byron Davies, very strong again as well. Lee Hoffman, the Hoffers in town from the Whyalla Cycling Club, and he gets to lead the bike there, Rick. And you might want to just give a few of the crowd here, spectators, a little bit of information on the history of the Keirin.
Yeah, the history, it's started in Japan. It's a legal betting event in Japan. They bet more on Keirin racing than horse racing in Australia. It's massive. They lock the riders away for days at a time so they can't be accessed by the public for betting. And the top Keirin riders earn probably $2 to $3 million a year in Japan. And this there, you see now, Hoffman looking over his shoulder. Richardson, he's second. Tate, the young rider, South Australian, third. Then we go back You see there it's Gallagher. Then also Pollard. Byron Davies got it all to do. The bike comes off at 3 to go. You see a great move around the outside by Sam Gallagher. Richardson straight on his wheel. Hoffman in third. Then we go back to Pollard. Tate. Davies got it all to do from back there as they come round and get 2 to go.
Yeah, Gallagher looking good, but have a look at Byron there, number 3 on the saddlecloth. Byron Davies there looking very strong. He's absolutely hit him in that there at 2 to go. Now it's Sam Gallagher has to lead the really trump there. Big move from Richardson coming from the back. Have a look at the closing speed, but I tell you what, Byron Davies is going to give him something to chase. Down the back, top 3 go into the final there. The Hoff will take third, but it's a big hit out for Richardson, but Byron Davies, what a strong ride. Hit the front at 2 to go, Rick, and what a strong ride that was.
It was a great ride. You don't wait for the main riders to make their move. You take the initiative. Byron Davies takes the win. He's into the major final. So is Matt Richardson and Lee Hoffman. So the first 3 riders into the major final. And then Pollard, Gallagher and Tate will be riding for 7th to 12th. A great ride by Byron Davies. As I said, when you're up against the like of Richardson and Hoffman, you don't play in their hands and ride to their tactics. You make your own. He made the move, and a good win, Byron Davies, Queensland. He's in the final. As now the second heat lines up, and again, what a heat it is. You got Tom Cornish.
Just quickly, this is the race organizer here, so I'd just like to thank you all for coming tonight. I'm sure we're going to have a really great program of racing, and just to run through what we've got for you on the bars, we've got local beers, local wine, local G&Ts, locally made soft drinks. We've also got Zooper Doopers in bar 2, which is the southern bar. So if you've got $1, you can get a nice little treat. So there's plenty to do, there's plenty to see, plenty to drink. The food trucks are outside. Make sure you grab a stroop waffle because they'll be nice and melted in the heat. And enjoy the evening.
Yeah, thanks, Jake. And a lot of work goes into putting these events on. And certainly the food trucks and the bar. We might have to move the commentary up to there ourselves so we can sample the product. But right now, Heat 2, look at there, Tom Cornish, world champion, Ryan Elliott, junior world champion, James Brister, Carlos Carismo, Aaron Young from the United States, and Finn Carpenter. The first 3 will join Davies, Richardson and Hoffman in the final. So they're drawn positions again. The bike's been given the all clear of Josh Harrison. But great to see. And I said, great to see these riders here. They don't get the chance to race too often in home in Australia, particularly our world champions. But also, racing against these young guys you just spoke about, Graham, it gives them the experience of racing against these world-class champions.
While the motor's on. Sorry, while the motorbike's going around, just one more request from me tonight, from Jake. If we can really ramp up the energy in here, let's get some cheers when the riders come past you. Let's get some applause. Lots of these riders have travelled a long way to race for you tonight, so make sure you put in a little energy. They love to hear it when they're on the board, so let's give them back.
Okay, so we've got Carlos Carismo. Now, of course, they draw the numbers on the before the start, and the rider on the front must go to the bike. And of course, you can't, it's changed a little bit over the years, not so much argy-bargy, but when they go at 3 to go, the bike swings off. They bring them up to enough speed. As the bike comes off now, Carlos Carismo then, 750 metres left, and he just rides it on the front. He's backing it off a little bit there. The big move on the outside, have a look at that there, number 11 there, that's Ryan Elliott. He's going to hit it at front at 2 to go. Coming up next there, so Rick, this could be another interesting one, top 3 going through to the final.
Yeah, so now we see Cornish going to move, and look at the gears. They ride big gears. Cornish. Now we've got Elliott. Then we see the rider of Finn Carpenter in the West Australian, and you see there a touch of wheels. That's unfortunate. He caught there. So now you see it's Cornish there. Then we got Elliott on his wheel. Carismo. Now see trying to come very strong as Brister. It's still at the moment Cornish from Elliott, and Carismo. The top 3 goes through, and Tom Cornish takes it out from Ryan Elliott. Carlos Carismo, they go through to the major final. Brister, and unfortunately that fall there to the young rider, Finn Carpenter. He's up and walking around. So give him a round of applause. He's fell doing about 65 kilometres an hour, and he's up walking.
Yeah, Joe, Rick, as you can see there, it's no argy-bargy, a little bit of a drift, and the rider's just got caught out. Very steep banking, very hard to get out of that there, but you can see him walking to the line there now, and give him a cheer. I tell you what, it would have been pretty exciting fly off that top bend there, but he's just going to get checked out. But yeah, wish the fella from WA all the best, and he'll be up and fighting again.
Yeah, I said the old adage in cycling is skin grows back, but my equipment doesn't. So they check the equipment first before they check themselves. He's got a fair bit of bark off on the left-hand side. But great to see him up there. But a good win also to Tom Cornish. Ryan Elliott goes through, and then Carlos Carismo. The next event we're about to get away is part of a multi-discipline event. It's called the Omnium. It's an Olympic event. It's over 4 events in the one session. So they start off with a scratch race. They ride this next race, which is tempo, which we'll explain as it goes. Then they do an elimination, and then they finish the night with a points race. It is the Iron Woman, Iron Man events, and we're about to see, getting over the back straight, the men's tempo race over 40 laps. The way it works is they do 5 laps, and then after that, first rider across the line, every lap gets 1 point. But at the end of the race, the rider with the most points gets 40 points to their overall tally. The points are tallied up. The points...
Okay, to give you a little bit of an update now, we had the first of the women's Omnium and the men's Omnium today. They had the scratch race, and of course you get the points 40, 38, 36, 34, and it goes downwards. Chloe Moran taking out the scratch race today, leads it away from Sophie Maher on 38 points. Kerry Jonker from Republic of South Africa on 36. Ali Wollaston from New Zealand on 34. So this is the next event, part of their Omnium series. And see, so I'm reading out the women's race at the moment. It's the men's Omnium tempo race. So yeah, apologies for that one.
Yeah, it is, and I said it's certainly an endurance event. 4 endurance events, and the winner at the end is a worthy winner. A great field again. It's a UCI event, which means they get UCI points. And they're just getting them ready in the back straight. Ladies and gentlemen, while they're repairing the track, you see in the corner, it digs out. Another very special guest. How about a big round of applause, Olympic bronze winners teams pursuit, Alex Porter, ladies and gentlemen, a world champion previously in the teams pursuit. Alex, just talking to you off air, and feels strange to be back here?
Yeah, it definitely does. I mean, I'm used to being over where they all are, getting ready to race, but I mean, it's good to be back. It's good to see track cycling thriving. I absolutely loved it. So it's, I'm just glad to be back here, a part of this amazing environment.
Yeah, it's good to see you. Spoke there, and just tell us a little bit about what you've been doing. You're doing a uni course, you're working, and a few things going on in personal life. It's been a busy 9 months since Tokyo.
Yeah, it has indeed. It's been very full on. Yeah, so I got engaged and I'm getting married at the end of this year. I've started now, I'm working at Morgan Stanley. Thank you. Yeah, I started working with the financial advisors there, and while I finish off my uni course, and just getting on with living life.
Yeah, well, you had an amazing career, and we spoke about it as a starter in the team's pursuit. It's so much pressure on you, but just the career and the group you got, and Rowan White, one of your teammates there, he's now coaching, and but it's great to see these young riders and as always, Australia, the depth still just develops and comes up to develop on that world stage, doesn't it? Coming through from the junior ranks.
Oh yeah, well and truly. I mean, I've seen some of it tonight. I've been following along still since Tokyo and watching the times and everything the kids that are coming up through have been doing. It's remarkable, and it's still good to see. We've just got that depth coming through, and that, you know, we've still got that strong feeder team to be able to keep Australian cycling and Australian track cycling going strong as it has been for a while.
And we've got another exciting week, the TDU. 2 years it's been since, well, 3 years since it's been a UCI World Tour race, and great to see it back at that level, and just so much, not just the road race, but there's so much going on, isn't it, around the Tour Down Under. You've been around in that, you've ridden it, but it's just the next 8-9 days with the women starting on the weekend.
Yeah, it's amazing with everything they're doing. You've got the track cycling, the women now having a World Tour race, the 2DU itself finally being back after what's happened, the buzz that it brings to cycling, and, you know, puts this amazing sport in the spotlight that it deserves. And it's just so good to see the whole city and country get around it, and just hopefully this momentum can continue to grow and we can continue to build interest around this sport, because it is a remarkable sport. It's something Australia is good at, and it needs more recognition for really what it is.
Yeah, and it's a good point. You know, said we travel the world and you travel the world, and you know, overseas the recognition get, and Australia it's building, but it's just such a sport. You know, it's one of the most watched sports, track cycling, at Commonwealth Games and Olympic Games. But we're trying to develop the racing. We have some great events during the year and some great talent, and that's what we want to see. It just climb a bit further in the Australian sporting system.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, across everything, you know, there's now freestyle BMX added. Between that, road, track, BMX itself, you know, mountain biking, cyclocross, it's such a great sport. There's so many different ways you can do it, and it really, to be able to keep building this momentum and get more of the Australian public into realising how amazing this sport is, how much fun it is, and just how inclusive it is really something that I think is important and will be good to see it grow over the coming years.
Yeah, and speaking of inclusive, we've got some of our para cycling champions here as well, and yeah, they're dominated on the world scene in track and road cycling. But ladies and gentlemen, it's great to have him here. He's said a superstar on the bike. He's a superstar. Alex Porter, ladies and gentlemen, give him a big round of applause, and great to have him back here in the Adelaide Superdome.
Okay, so thumbs are up there, Jake. A little bit of track maintenance. I mean, what actually happens? Yeah, just to require, we need 10 holders for the next event. 10 holders on the inside. So someone in there, down at the centre there, if we can have 10 holders, please. The inside riders on the outside riders will go up on the bend, on the track, hang on to the fence, but we need 10 holders on the bottom. But as you can see, someone hasn't walked down the track and dropped their ice cream. They've had to do a little bit of track repair there on that top corner. The unfortunate coming together of the two riders in the Keirin, going at a fair old pace, a little bit of, it's a safety thing, that if there's a little bit of a splinter, so then we try and cover that up, and it gets repaired later on down the track. So looks interesting. So just another reminder, we need 10 riders, please. This is your next event. It's the Elite Men Endurance, and it's their second of their events at the men's Omnium Tempo Race. Hello? Yeah, good, thanks. No, what's the matter? What's happening? Oh, no, I'm down the track. We've got a big track event down here tonight. So I'm just doing some commentary down here, yeah.
So as they come round, I'll try to explain for those not familiar with the Omnium, but they've already had one event. And the winner of that event was James Moriarty just earlier from Maximilian Schmidbauer. So they get 40 points, 38 for second, 36 for third. It goes to their tally. And then they line up now in the order they are in the event currently. So you'll see there on the bottom, James Moriarty in the green. He's leading the event after he won the first race. He'll do one. Then you see the Maximilian Schmidbauer up there on the fence. He's second overall on points. Then they go back down to the bottom, Graham Frisley. That's how they line up. Then this event, 40 laps, 5 laps is what we call neutral. Then they get the whistle or bell, and then every lap, the first rider across the line gets 1 point, and they try to add to their tally. If a rider should lap the field, they get 20 points for doing so. But remembering, they're racing for the win at the end, where they'll get 40 points added to their overall tally. So it's a race within a race. In the Omnium, it's all about maximum reward for minimum effort. By that I mean, if you're going to spend half your time out in front of the race, pick up a few points but still not get the win, you've used a lot of energy for a minimal gain. So you've got to ride smart, and you've got to pick your moment, and the tempo does that. So they roll away now. The race leader, number 62, he won the first event. And then the Austrian rider, Schmidbauer, he's in second. Frisley in the green, he's third overall. But this is about picking your moment. You can't go for every sprint. It's too fatiguing. You have to pick your sprints. You pick your moments and try to pick up those points. Quite often this event could be won at the end by only having 5 or 6 points, but you've got to pick your moments. So there's the whistle. The 5 laps, there'll be no points. And then first across the line, and you'll see the points go up on the board for this event. The winner overall will get 40 points to their tally, and they'll be at the halfway mark. So a great field in there, and you see riders who maybe don't have the fast legs will try to pick their moment and go on the breakaway attack, and the sprint riders, they'll just want to keep it together and pick up the points. So that's how they'll roll around. You'll see a little bit of cat and mouse tactics, as that's Ollie Bledden swings up there, great young rider from South Australia. But right now, they're just waiting to get that first whistle for the first point that will come after 5 laps.
Okay. Okay, so have a look at this here. The Keirin there looked like he's going to take the first points on the board. You get 1 point. 67 you'll find up on the board will be the leader of the bike race. Sang-hoon Park. Of course, he's going to keep continuing on. And this type of race here, if you lose, if you gain a lap, you pick up 20. And that's not bad, Rick.
Yeah, so you see straight away, Sang-hoon Park, he's got 1 point. He's just got 2 points. But now, he's out on his own, so it's using a lot of energy. He's picking up points, but he'll there. See, half a lap up, so he's either got to lap him quickly or stay out and get as many points with as little energy as possible. You see him on top of the bars. He's got 3 points. So while he's getting first across the line, none of the other riders are getting points. So Sang-hoon Park, a good move, straight from the gun, and he's just collecting points. He goes to 4 points now. So that'll be a good little lead for Sang-hoon Park. As the other riders now, they're going to make their mind up. Do they lift the tempo and bring him back in, or do they let him lap, knowing at the moment that they're not gaining points?
Yeah, it's all about, it's only the one rider across the line gets a point. So these riders here at the back, they're getting nothing. Absolute nothing, 0. The man out the front there, he's picking up all the points. But remembering it's 30 laps to go, there's still 30 points up for grabs. If you lose a lap, you're down 20. If you gain a lap, you're up 20. But I don't think they're going to get a lap on him, but now we've got number 74 starting to really hit his straps. But no one's really taken the challenge up at the moment, Rick, so he's gradually picking up numbers along the way.
Yeah, Sang-hoon Park, you can see there, he's doing it nice and casual, and why wouldn't he? He's got 7 points. That's going to be a handy tally. Now you see Maximilian Schmidbauer. He got second in a scratch race, the Austrian rider. He's on the attack, but now he's committed. He's in the middle of what we call no man's land. He's got to go on for it. Sang-hoon Park will pick up another point. He'll go to 8. Now Schmidbauer, he says, as you see Sang-hoon Park, he says, I've done my job, I've got 8 points, but he's now got to get back into the main field. Look at the pressure they're putting on Schmidbauer. He's got to collect the next points. So Schmidbauer will get 1 point. And Sang-hoon Park now, he's got to rest and recover.
But the thing is, Rick, though, he's gone out, he took the initiative. He's got 8 points already. And all the rest are going to then share around the points in the next 27 laps. Now we've got the big move going there. Here he is, the big turbo. Have a look at this machine.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, he's wearing the national champion colours. He won this Omnium event only just a couple of weeks ago in Melbourne. Kel O'Brien, he is one of our great endurance riders on the track and road. But you can see now he'll swap off turns. He's picked up 2 points. But now he's going to swap off turns, and they're going to work together, these two riders. So they're looking, as they go through Angus Miller, it looks like it might be with him. They're going to swap off and get the points. So they go through, it is Angus Miller. Then you see Kel O'Brien going through on his wheel. Cameron Rogers, the young rider from the ACT there as well. But Kel O'Brien, he's the national champion in this event. He knows how to race it. He's going to pick up another point. He'll go to 3 points.
Yeah, we've got the big fella out the front there, Kellen O'Brien, the big turbo. And we've got the young junior turbo there, Angus Miller, on the back of that foursome there. And they are moving along strongly. One of the riders just dropping off the back at the moment. But now, number 61, he's really out for the win now.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the rider on the front, the big rider from the Netherlands, he's been a world champion in the points race. He's been European champion. He's won stages on the Road Tour of Belgium. And that is, of course, Jan Willem van Schip from the Netherlands. He is a world force in the Omnium and points race, so certainly he's picked up a couple of points. So you see already now 8, 3, 2, 1 and 1, and if there's a number of riders on 0 points at the end of the race, how do they determine their final result? First across the line in the last sprint gets the higher placing if they're on the same points. But now look at O'Brien and then Van Schip out after him as well. 2 of the world's best racers from the Netherlands and Australia in the Omnium or a points race are out now working together.
Yeah, Van Schip there looks very strong, as does Kellen O'Brien, proudly wearing those Australian colours. And the big move on the outside, he wants to pick up a point, and I reckon he might have got snuck it on the line there, number 76, and he's in the mix there as well. And that's one of our international riders there, 76, is Cameron Rogers from Australia. So he's picked up a point. So these 4 are going to share it amongst themselves at the moment. Kel O'Brien picks up another point. He's just edging back onto Sanghun Park's 8 points. Rick, it's a bit of a race of attrition there. It's actually 17 laps to go. It's pretty tough.
Yeah, and you see now they're fighting each other for the points, and so the break is now not cohesive. The unwritten rule is if you're in the front, you let the rider take the point, and then you'll get your turn next lap. But they're now sprinting each other, and that, of course, is going to affect the rhythm. You see the two experienced riders, Van Schip and O'Brien. You go, right, you take this lap, he'll swing up, Kel O'Brien will take the next lap. That's how you work together for advantage for both of you. You start racing each other for the point, you're going to disrupt the rhythm, and what's going to happen is the other riders will say, well, we're not going to give it to you easy. O'Brien now, he'll go to 7 points, so he swings up. So he's only 1 point now off Sanghun Park, and you just got to watch these riders back here as they look through, because look where Sanghun Park is, off the back. If he gets caught by the main field, that 8 points he earned by going out hard early, all for nothing. He'll lose 20 points. So he's now desperately trying to stay away, and he can't work with this break, but he can on the back. But you can see how tight he is, Graham. Sanghun Park, will it be all to avail?
Yeah, it's looking pretty dangerous. Him, he's got the big monster gear riding on that bike. But the 4 leaders there, they're working like a team's pursuit, just swapping off. Kel O'Brien on the points table now is equal on 8. But Sanghun Park there, he's could be in a little bit of trouble there if that main bunch catch him. But 11 laps to go. If he's got a little bit of tickering in there, he might try not to get lapped.
Yeah, well now look at the cat and mouse tactics going on with the breakaway. If they catch the main field, they don't get the point. So Kel O'Brien, very smart, he'll get the 1 point. But the moment they catch the back of that field, the commissaire, watch for the chief commissaire, he'll call it, and they'll get 20. But they're all playing a bit of counting, Matty. So now they've called it, they've called the break, so they'll get 20 points. But now you see Ryan Schilt is the leader. You see the commissaire pointing, so the group has caught him on with him. But now Ryan Schilt's going for points, but Kel O'Brien hasn't quite made the back yet. He's got to get to the back of him, as now Ryan Schilt is going to gain 1 point with 8 to go. So this is going to come very close now. O'Brien digging deep, so to Cam Rogers and Van Schip, because the main field now they're looking for the points they haven't been able to get.
Yeah, quite interesting, Rick. They haven't quite made that. And the man out the front there, number 66, that's Ryan Schilt there from the Netherlands. He's really pushing it hard. He's making the breakaway of 4, having to really, really dig deep to try and get that lap, Rick. And I'm not really sure if they're actually going to do it there, because the man out the front is really pushing it hard.
I know it looks confusing, but the commissaires have got there. But look at Sanghun Park, he's just lost the lap. He's going to, all that effort early on is not going to be to any avail for him, because he's just lost the lap. So right now they're picking up points, but Kel O'Brien leads by 1 point. That's the group, but the front of the bike race is in the back straight. That's who's getting the points. The commissaires feverishly writing down who's where. But right now, Kel O'Brien in the Australian champion colours leads the way overall as Ryan Schilt goes through. But in the back straight, they're looking for the points. This is where the officials really earn their money.
Okay, Kel O'Brien, of course, you see we've got the time up on there now, 18:57, but we'll get that back shortly. But as you see, Sanghun Park there, he held the lead for 3/4 of the bike race, lost the lap. He will get minus 20 there, so he's gone backwards. But the 4 riders on that front there still leading, and let's have a look there. They've actually caught the back there, but so they're going to actually have an interesting there bike race. Are they going to get deemed that lap with 1 to go?
So they get the bell now. Ollie Bledden trying to get to the back of him. He's going to run out of laps, I think, as they go down the back straight. But the points tally, without there, Kel O'Brien should still lead. But they come round now to the finish, the last sprint, looking for 1 point. And Cam Rogers fighting Connor Leahy. So we know it does look a bit confusing, but the officials have got all the notes. Ollie Bledden crosses the line for 1 point, and we'll update you overall very, very shortly as it disappeared off the screen. But I think you'll find that Kel O'Brien will go close to taking out that event and getting 40 points to his tally.
Okay, once we get that connection up there, we can show you the results. Well, I reckon it would be Kellen O'Brien taking the win. Just listen to a little bit of music in the background there before we get underway with the next one. And that's the women's sprint quarterfinals, heat 1, 3 laps. They did their qualifying a little bit earlier on today, because there's a fairly big program in amongst the junior racing, the junior national track series here. We had sprint qualifying for the women, and now they go into their sprint racing into the quarterfinals. So the women's Omnium tempo race coming up as well shortly after the women's sprint quarterfinals. Don't forget, you're inside, but you haven't got the direct heat on you, but it's still fairly warm in here. It's a neutral location inside this velodrome here, so keep the fluids up. Both the bars are open. You can have a light refreshment or an alcoholic beverage there just to wet the whistle, and plenty of eateries outside the main entrance there, so there's plenty of good food. Keep yourself, plenty of racing here tonight. It's just gone 7 o'clock, 3 hours of racing still to go. So plenty of action here. We're just waiting for that the scoreboard to catch up. But I reckon it might have been Kellen O'Brien picking up the points. We will wait until we get those results.
So now moving into the women's sprint quarterfinals, heat 1. 3 laps. They had qualifying early on today. And number 1 qualifier, Christina Keirin, Commonwealth Games gold medalist in the time trial on the bottom of the track. Up against, looks like Indiana Lysort. So best 2 out of 3 in the quarterfinals. There's 3 heats. You win 2, you're into the semis. And number 1 seed, Christina Keirin, had a great year, the Australian champion in the sprint in this event. Commonwealth Games gold medalist in the time trial. 5th in the world champs, up against the newer sprint rider in Indiana Lysort. Again, about tactics. In the early sprint rounds, you want to make sure that you go through, but again, try to conserve that energy, and Keirin doing it all right from the front. You can see the head has not moved from looking at her opponent. That's pretty hard to do, is ride around the blue line with your head swiveled backwards. But Keirin, Lysort giving her a bit too much gap. You don't want to give Christina Keirin that sort of gap going 1 to go. And Christina Keirin will go 1 up in their sprint quarterfinals. Probably a little bit too much room given to her by her opponent. And Christina Keirin, the Australian champion, goes 1-0 up.
Okay, next one, Brianna Hargrave up against 27, Molly McGill. These 2 riders just heading off there. They draw the positions. The leading rider must lead out for that first half a lap at no slower than walking pace. Still the old traditional rule. Cannot force the other rider past them unless that rider wants to take that position voluntarily. So Brianna Hargrave, only fairly late-ish into the sport there, but is showing a lot of endurance there. Went from track to road, back on the track. One of the fast performers here, Brianna Hargrave, leads it away. We saw Christina Clonan take the first one from the front to go through in this, the sprint quarters. But 27 on the saddlecloth, Molly McGill from Queensland, just starting to build the pace up, coming into one to go. Molly McGill wants to really drive it hard from the back. Brianna Hargrave kicks on that southern bend. She will kick again down the back straight again. Molly McGill, can she use the bend to get past her? But Brianna Hargrave kicks back on that northern bend, will go through. For Brianna Hargrave, another one through to the next round. And Molly McGill, good sprinting, pushed her all the way.
So now heat 3, the women's sprint quarterfinals, and two of our young up-and-coming riders, Alessia McCaig in second wheel, Kalinda Robinson from New South Wales in front. These two young riders come through the junior ranks now in the elite and a part of our future in women's sprinting. Closely matched. McCaig, a bronze medalist in the Australian Sprint Championship and represent Australia at Com Games, and Kalinda Robinson been at Junior Worlds, and now these two young riders, they used to train together down here in Adelaide. They know each other very well, so it's about finding that little window of opportunity and then making the most of it. Robinson starting to wind up. She doesn't want to be caught by surprise. McCaig now out of the saddle. Robinson leads. They're going to come down and get the bell. Kalinda Robinson still leading. McCaig at the back. She's going to use the banking for the run. Robinson down the back straight. McCaig now will try to close the gap. Robinson leading. McCaig coming at her now. Robinson there. McCaig around the outside. Up the straight they go. And Alessia McCaig takes first victory in their women's sprint quarterfinals.
Hey, don't forget Big Shed Brewing, Alpha Box and Wine is some of the big sponsors on board. But to partake in those refreshments up at the top there, you can also get water, soft drink, and plenty of food eateries outside the venue there. It'll be nice and warm. Caitlin Ward, we're back up on the board again, up against Sophie Watts. So they are the next two. They draw for positions. The rider on the bottom is required to lead out for that first half a lap, unless that lead is voluntarily taken from that rider. So Caitlin Ward had a very good year. Took to some tandem racing, and we saw those events in the Commonwealth Games and titles. But 26 leads it away, Sophie Watts, one of the young sassy riders. Caitlin Ward lives and breathes here in Adelaide. Got a great coaching school. So Caitlin Ward just sits, watches in the back. Sophie Watts leads it on the front, coming in to get two to go. So Sophie Watts, one of the new riders coming through in the Sassy development squad. up against a seasoned sprinter there in Caitlin Ward. As you can see Caitlin there just on the seat, just moving the bike around, trying to lift the pace up so that it'll be more of a lead-out sprint as they head down that back straight. Coming in to get one to go this time. Sophie Watts leads. Caitlin Ward, she hits it running down that back straight at one to go. Sophie Watts off the seat, but Caitlin Ward, look at the speed. She went to down the back straight. Caitlin Ward really riding strong there. Sophie Watts there comes up onto the outside there. Can she go around the outside? She's really pushing hard, but Caitlin holds it off nicely. Takes the win, goes through to the next round. It's just edging out Sophie Watts. You can see the average speed of 61, 433, 11.7 last 200 metres. So as I said, great eateries out the front there. If you're hungry, grab some great food out there. Plenty of beautiful drinks up there. Bars are both open, both ends of the straight. So Big Shed Brewing is also a big major sponsor here. They've got an amazing assortment of craft beers. It's the way to go these days. Next sprinters up on the board, and we've got 3 racing this one, Rick.
Yeah, this is the 3 sprint women who didn't get through the quarterfinals, having a 3-up race. But yes, stay hydrated. Good reason to go and get either a soft drink, water, or taste the great craft beer. Allegedly, it's pretty good. So 3 up puts a little bit of different element in sprint racing when you've got a 3rd rider. When it's 2 up, you only got to keep your eyes on 1. When there's 3, there's another rider to keep your eye on. So you don't want to be caught napping. In sprint racing, the smallest mistake can be costly at these speeds. And this is for those 3 riders who didn't make it through. So you got Emma Stevens leading there. I said 3 up. They'll come out again and race later on. You can see moving around the different tactics. Jacqueline Knock it is in the middle. And the Morello Willis Hell. So now you see the move from Knock in the back straight. Caught the other riders unaware. So now that's a good move. She's got great speed up as she gets the bell. So the rider from Western Australia in Jacqueline Knock has got a good lead over the other 2 riders, and that's going to be a good win. Head down, holding on to it. Caught them napping. You see there Emma Stevens trying to close the gap, but you're not going to close that down. A good win there to the rider from Western Australia, Jacqueline Knock. They'll be looking for some more handlers in the front straight. We're now going to get into the women's tempo, the 2nd event on their Omnium endurance event. We saw the men a couple races ago. Now it's the women's turn. Same race applies, 1 point every lap. And the most points there, so looking for a few more handlers for the women, and it's a class field indeed in the endurance women. Sophie Ma, the young rider, Victoria. Ali Wollaston from New Zealand. Brioni Bofa, world class from New Zealand. Ella Sibley, the South Australian. Valentina Scandalara from Italy. And of course, Georgia Baker, Alex Manley from Australia. So a very strong field in the women's Omnium. And they'll be shortly marshalled up. I hope you're enjoying racing. As Jake said, we appreciate you supporting the track cycling. Seeing some of our best who are now on the road towards Paris 2024. And it all starts this year. And the young riders coming up behind, pushing them all the way. And they appreciate your support. So the women's tempo race will be underway very, very shortly.
So as I said previously, the Omnium Series, it's a 6-race event. So today we had the women's scratch race. The men also had their scratch race. And of course we've got Chloe Moran. She took the scratch race today. So she leads it on 40 points from Sophie Ma on 38, Kerry Yonka on 36, Ali Wollaston on 34, Georgia Baker on 32, Mia Griffin on 30, and they goes right down to the last points of 8 points. Had two, one did not finish and it did not start in this event. So again, same as we saw before, got a little bit confusing.
So right there up on the board, that's the final result from the men's tempo race. So you see Kel O'Brien got 9 points and lapped the field. He won on 29. Cameron Rogers, the young rider from the ACT, what a great ride, 24 points. Young Willem van Schip, 23, 21, Angus Miller, 21. So all the placings from the men's tempo, but remember, the rider who won, Kel O'Brien, gets 40 points for that to his tally. So that's the men's tempo. Women's tempo about to get underway, but you can see there, the rider went out early in that race, Sung Hoon Park, doesn't figure in those final placings, so he used a lot of energy out there, but didn't get the end result. As now the women line up for their same. And I said a world-class field we have here in the women's Omnium.
Okay, we saw in the previous one there, we saw the young Sang Hoon Park. He took off and picked up the first 8 points there. And he held that lead right through to about 2/3 of the way through the bike race when the four riders in the men's Omnium took off. And of course, we saw the results. Eventually, they were took a lap, the four riders, and the big fella took the win previously. But down to the women now. Can Chloe Moran, can she build on the on her lead after the women's Omnium scratch race? She's only got a 2-point lead, but remember this one, it's a pretty tough sort of a race. You go into it so many laps of neutral tempo, then the whistle goes and they start every lap. The leading rider takes 1 point. Only 1 point. If you run second or third, don't worry about it. You don't go up on the scoreboard. So it's a pretty tough race. It's a good calculating race as well. Do you go out early and get a few points, or do you sit back and have a crack towards the end of the of that race? So very interesting indeed. Good field.
It is a strong field, and we have Commonwealth Games champions in here, Chloe Moran, Georgia Baker, Alex Manley now making a name on the road, but part of the strong women's track endurance squad. Also national managed champions, and the rider in the fluoro green, you see there, Valentina Scandalara. What a rider she is from Italy. She's been a winner of the Santos Tour Down Under in 2015. She's been European champion and place getter on the track. She's here racing. That's her in a fluoro lime green in about 4-wheel. And she's had a great history in cycling on the road and track as Chloe Moran swings up. She leads the way after the scratch race.
Yeah, that one, Rick, I remember working on the Santos Tour Down Under in the early days there, and Scandalara taking that win. I think it was the Murray Bridge finish there, and it was a dominant race there, and she went on and performed so nicely. She loves a bit of track racing as well, so she's sitting right in the mix. The riders there to watch out for, number 36 there, Alex Manley. Always very good in the endurance races as they go through. But they get a few laps tempo to start with. Then the whistle will go, and then it's go for broke, the first rider across the line each time. So next lap, first rider across the line, 1 point. And then it continues on. And if you control your bike race nicely from the front, looks like Alicia Polides coming up around the outside, I think it might be. No, she didn't get the point there. 53 takes the first points.
Yeah, it's on early. Summer Nordmeyer. That's Alyssa Polides on her wheel. Then Kira Will following there. Remember, only the first cross the line. So Nordmeyer got the point. Now Polides, the Victorian, will get the next point. On her wheel, Kira Will. She's looking there. Nordmeyer dropped back in. Then also you go back to the rider there, Belinda Bailey, sitting in 4th. Then we see there Ali Wollaston, New Zealand, in 5th. So up they come now, and you saw the rider of Kira Will. She wanted that 1 point. She's going to go on for it now. So it's on early trying to get the points. And then, of course, chasing her down is Belinda Bailey. Wollaston, Chloe Moran sits there. But it's 1 point for the winner. Will she hold on this lap? She's trying to get there, but she'll get another point. So now she'll swing up. Someone also goes through, and of course that is none other than Ali Wollaston, a New Zealander.
And this is where it's an interesting race, Rick. You saw Belinda Bailey there. She really pushed hard, but she didn't get the win. And now she's gone back into the middle of the field. But yeah, it's going to be up for grabs here, heading down the back straight, looking pretty fierce and pretty strong there. As she goes through, that is Ali Wollaston. She's going to try and pick the sprint there. Oh, I reckon she might have got rolled on the line there. It's pretty close.
What a foursome this is. Ali Wollaston, Chloe Moran, Briony Beaufort, a New Zealand rider. She's been a silver medalist at the World Champion in the individual pursuit, Commonwealth Games gold medalist, and then Georgia Baker, who won the Commonwealth Games teams pursuit. She won the Commonwealth Games points. She won the Commonwealth Games road race. That's her in second. So now Beaufort, a world-class rider from New Zealand. She's there. Baker on a wheel. Moran, this is a good breakaway. Wollaston's trying to hold on. So now, look at the strength of Briony Beaufort. Second in the world in the individual pursuit. She can ride like that all day. Baker sitting very comfortable on a wheel though as they come up now. Beaufort coming to the line. She'll take another point. Baker's playing it smart. She knows her turn will come. Now Baker goes through. Moran on a wheel. Wollaston holding on. This is a very strong quartet breaking away here in the women's tempo.
Yeah, looking very strong, this four here. Very similar to the men's race. They would have been watching. Georgia Baker picks up a point. Of course, both are there from New Zealand. Looks very strong indeed. She's right up there in the mix. A couple of points already on the board. There's number 40 there. Looks good there. Ali Wollaston as well. Chloe Moran. She led going into this one, winning the scratch race earlier on today.
Interesting move, Alex Manley now. So Alex Manley is in the middle of them. She knows she's got to get there and get there quick because she's not getting any points there in the middle, but she wants the lap as well. So now Wollaston will take another point for leading Beaufort, Baker, Moran. Now Alex Manley, look at him come through. So strong on the track and road, but Manley needs to get to him because he's using a lot of energy. And remembering if they lap the field, they get 20 points. And that'll shoot them all up the leaderboard. So right now, the four leaders, Beaufort takes another point. She swings up. Manley still trying to get there. She's riding her very controlled at the moment. You can see her looking over the back straight, Graham, as she goes. She's keeping an eye on where they are, hoping to gain, because she knows if these four riders get the field, she'll start getting the 1 point.
Yeah, exactly right. The four riders there. Georgia Baker leading it away. Chloe Moran there. They're only just hanging off the back of that main. Once they catch them, they get the points. As you can see, they're getting so close, but it's so damn hard to try and bridge that gap. Now, Wollaston there, she bridges across there, both are. The Chief Com will say, right, you've now got the 20 points bonus. So that's going to put them right up on the top. And, of course, Alex Manley there, she's really striving to bridge that gap. Technically, she is the actually leading rider now, isn't she?
So those four riders get 20 points, but Alex Manley now starts picking up 1 point. So you'll see the leaderboard change, but that means Baker can move up the leaderboard. Remembering, you've got to think about there's 2 more events still to come. So you've got to be controlled about it. You don't want to try to use there. So Alex Manley knows this, very clever indeed. She'll start picking up the 1 points now, and you watch her clean there. But these four riders, there they are, both for 24. Wollaston 23, Moran 22, Baker, but now Manley. She'll start picking up points. She's on 2. So you see, she only has 2 points, but she's in 5th place in this race. So very smart ride by Alex Manley.
Yeah, very smart. It's going to bring up the points there. There's only 7 more sprints to win. So if she continues on, she's going to get another 7 wins. Will bring her up to around 10 points, but probably not right up with the 4 on the front there. But I tell you what, it's lifting her up in the overall ride.
Well, I beg to differ because what she's doing is smart. She picks up more points and then laps them. She'll go to the top of the leaderboard. She's picking up more points. You see 4. If she gets a lap, she goes to 24. But the laps are ticking down. 6 to go. Get behind Alex Manley, ladies and gentlemen. She's trying to lap the field.
Come on,
and if she does that, she'll go straight to the top. So Manley trying to get there. The pressure's on. Can she do it? The laps are ticking down. She's on 5. But if she gets to the back of that field, she'll get 20. Now she's digging deep as Wollaston goes to the front with 4 to go.
very interesting bike race. She's got 4. If you get behind her, can you will Alex Manley to pick up the 20 points? We got a 2 off the front there to try and get it. They're only 20 metres. 20 metres counting down. She's got less than 3 laps to bridge that gap. Come on, give her a cheer to bring her up. That'll put her into the lead. Can she do it?
Yeah, I think she can do it, but get behind her. The laps are ticking down. She's doing it all right at the moment because she's on 7. Gets a lap, she gets 20. She'll go to 27. So Alex Manley, it's been a very hard tactic ride, but she's got to get there. She goes around now. Can she get there? She's got to close that 10-metre gap to get to the back, and they're starting to there. She's tiring. Maybe she won't get there if she gets the bell. So now both her and Wollaston, Manley will still pick up a point, but I don't think she's going to get there, Graham.
No, I tell you what a brave effort she got, so ever so close, and that's the normal thing. You get within a bee's whisker, you cannot bridge that gap. Of course, the big move out the front made it so unfortunately hard for Alex, but she really dug deep.
All a round of applause. A great riding, Alex Manley, bravely there, but didn't get the lap. So we'll wait for the points, but both was up there. Wollaston, Baker, Moran, they'll take the top 4 and get the overall points. Alex Manley will be in 5th in the second event of the Women's Omnium. Just been told, ladies and gentlemen, they have awarded Alex Manley the lap, so that'll give her 20 points, which would mean she'll go close there. So we'll wait for the points, but I've just been told that they awarded Alex Manley the lap and she'll get the extra 20 points, so we'll wait for them to tally it up. But Alex Manley may have taken it out after all by gaining that lap. So while they're doing that, I can confirm Alex Manley took out the women's tempo by gaining the lap. She went to the top on 28 points. Wollaston there was in 2nd, and Brioni Beaufort in 3rd. So end up being a great ride by Alex Manley. Timed at perfection. She gets 40 points, goes to her overall tally for winning. As right now, Heat 2 of the women's sprint quarterfinals. Christina Clonan won the first round. She wins this, she's into the semi-finals. And her opponent, of course, looking to make it to a 3rd ride, but she's got a lot of work to do in the analyse sort. Gave too much space to Christina Clonan in the first race, too much distance, and you don't give a world-class women's sprinter that much distance with a lap to go. And that's just experience from racing and tactics. But now, what's she going to do? She's got to try something different. She can't go out there and do the same thing. Try something different, mix it up, and you never know, it may go your way. So Lysort leading from Clonan. Clonan, you see the green light against the name, means she won the first round. Wins this, she's in the semi-finals. Very experienced to see this time. Up on top of the track in second wheel, looking down. Lysort's got to keep an eye on where she is. By being high, she'll get the utilisation of the banking to get a speed. Lysort winding up, it's good move, take away the initiative. But Clonan now, down the bottom. Christina Clonan, very smooth indeed. She moves up around the outside of Lysort, down the back straight. And Christina Clonan, very strong indeed. That's why she's a Commonwealth Games champion and a national champion. She's going to go 2-0 up in their women's quarterfinals, and she's in to the semi-finals. Christina Clonan from Queensland. So they roll away once again. Again, just so you know, they draw for positions in the first round, and whatever that is, it's reversed for the second round. If it goes to the best of three, they redraw again, but who will start on the bottom of the track and lead the way. For right now, Molly McGill, Brianna Hargrave. They're allowed to ride down on that light blue in the early stages when they're going slow, but once racing starts, they are not allowed down on that blue band. Very slowly in the back straight. They'll have to pick up speed as they go into the bend. Sprinters very skilled. The way they manoeuvre their bikes on these steep bends. McGill leads the pace there. Hargrave just moving up and down, and while she's doing that, she's just trying to find that little mistake from McGill, and she moves up and down to try to get out of eyesight. That's what she does now. You see McGill's had to look right, look left, look right again as they go down the back straight. McGill leads Brianna Hargrave.
Okay, so heading down nicely, Molly McGill leads it away. Brianna Hargrave, she's very strong off the seat, but Molly McGill there pushing hard. Brianna Hargrave down the back straight, edges closer on the hip there, uses the bend around the outside, but Molly McGill's fighting back there. Hargrave on the outside, gets really low on the seat there, rides it strong and takes that second race. So Brianna Hargrave goes through. Good strong sprint, used the bend nicely. So next rider's up on the board there, Alyssa McCraig. Up against 29 is Kalinda Robinson as they just head onto that southern bend. Leading rider draws the marble on the bottom there, has to lead for at least a half a lap. You can't force the other rider to move past, and you're entitled to lead unless that voluntarily position is taken from you. McCraig leads. Robinson high up on the track, now moving down to the bottom. 2 to go this time. McCaig taking the first win. I said fairly warm conditions here. It does very, very hot day today. What it does, it builds the track up, becomes very, very fast indeed. Robinson caught the rider on the hip as she went down around that top corner there. Hits it at 1 to go. Robinson. Kalinda Robinson leads it away down the back straight. We know Alicia McCraig can come home strong. She gets off the seat. Going to use the northern bend. Robinson still holding out strongly, but McCaig up around the outside will take the win. Goes through in straight heats. But a great ride by Alyssa McCaig and Kalinda Robinson. Yeah, performing nicely, the women's sprint team. Next group, Sophie Watts up against Caitlin Ward. We've got a couple of junior elimination coming up, men's elimination coming up soon. Then we have a junior elimination, and there will be a little bit of a break for spectators to grab something to eat, something to drink. As you're down on the top corner at the top there, ready for get instructions from Tracy Johnson, our starting commissaire here tonight. So the riders have rolled through. Caitlin Ward just swings it away. And she rides nicely at the moment, down onto that southern bend. Plenty of cycling right through the next 10 days. We do have the Adelaide Classic on. So we've got the team presentation tomorrow night. Then we've got Adelaide Classic on Saturday. Going to be hot conditions, but it's later on in the afternoon. Then, of course, the women's road race, women's tour starts on the Sunday, right through till Tuesday, finishing off on Tuesday. And then, of course, the men start with the prologue on the Torrens. But Caitlin Wood, now Sophie Oates there, Sophie Watts, I should say, has unfortunately given her a little bit too much room. Caitlin Ward says, right, well, if you dangle me out here, I will take the lead. Will takes along that northern bend. Caitlin Ward, very strong in the seat, moves away nicely. She knows she's got the lead. Sophie Watts has to really come hard at her down that back straight. But Caitlin Ward's got the speed, looks over the shoulder, just backs off the speed a little bit, saving it right through to the next round. They're not getting any tempo before. Okay, coming up now. Are we ready over here? The next race coming up is the junior men's elimination. Okay, so this is where it hurts. It's not first across the line that gets the chocolates. It's the one at the back. Well, they will get the chocolates if you're first across the line, but it's the one at the back who gets eliminated. There will be one out this time. This is where we need to make sure the numbers are called out quickly. Number 79. 79 has been eliminated. 79, Alex Guglielmucci. So the bell goes again. This is where you need to try and have someone covered in an elimination. If you're riding in the back, you need to pip someone off on the line. Don't get caught boxed in. Big move around the outside.
That's the tempo result.
Number 87, 87, Samuel Washington has been eliminated. 87. Very interesting bike race, the elimination. It's you can sit on the front all day. Even though it's an indoor track, it's still pretty tough riding it on the front, but it is the safest place to be. The rider there, number 81, looks like may get caught out on the bottom as they fan out. 81, 81 has been eliminated. 81, Bailey McDonald. They will come around next time and get the bell. I'll tell you what, 86, he's been really on the front. That's Mitchell Louis. Looks good on the front. Who's going to be eliminated this time?
100.
Number 100. 100 has been eliminated. 100 in the back straight. The bell will go again this time. Who's got the smarts to make sure that they're right up in there? Now Mitchell there, he was on the front a fair bit of the race. Can he bridge around the outside? I don't think he can. At the back in the black. He was on the front as 86 has been eliminated. Mitchell Louis. So the bell goes again. Alex Hughes, he won the first scratch race. Who's going to be eliminated? William Brown could be in a bit of trouble. He needs to kick hard around the side. 88, William Brown has been eliminated and finishes third in the elimination. So now it comes down to a bit of a sprint tactics. Who's got the legs to take the last one? It's not about the rider across the line last this time. It's all about who crosses the line first to take the win. And there he is down the back straight, heading nicely there. And that's Alex riding strong with a big move on the outside. Can Alex hold it off? But I reckon on the outside, looking good. Oh, I tell you what, nice and close. I reckon the inside, but we will have a look. I'll tell you what, that's the old cricket call. We're going to revert to the DRS. Inside win. Number 80 taking the win. So a good, strong finish. 85 taking second, Liam Gottman. He's already got the double now. It to 8-0. The Bees whisker across the line. We did call it on the inside, so we didn't really need DRS to reflect that. But anyway, it was like a goal review, but across the line review. Not much in it, but he took the win. Next one, we got the junior women elimination, same deal. Tracy's the boss here, and of course she wasn't happy with the group as they went across the line, so she's giving them one extra lap. She will get them started this time. Same deal. A rider out every second lap. If you happen to be at the back of the field, you've been eliminated. Sometimes it's a quick call. Sometimes a rider might think they might shoot up the inside, but if they use the blue band, that's not a good thing. So, rider will be out next time. And the argument of good elimination riders, you have to have someone beaten all the time. They're fanning out across the track. Number 93. Eden Sealy, Keirin Cunnington, 93, has been eliminated. Okay, rider April Cat, I think that is off the back. She will be the rider. Unfortunately, she won't bridge that gap. So it's all about the other riders at the front there need to know. So rider number 90, April Cat, has been eliminated. Rider number 90. They're coming around to get the bell again. Every second lap. If you can ride it on the front, as number 98, looks very good at the moment, Hayley Dell. Now, the two riders at the back. Who's got the legs to kick around the outside? Number 97, Scarlett Sybil, 97. Whoa. Rider down on the back straight. So they're just checking things in the back straight. Racing's on the hold at the moment, just tempo. Unfortunately, the rider in the back straight has eliminated herself in the back straight. Possibly a clip of wheels. So I think they're just checking over there. Okay. One rider, unfortunately, took a tumble. The bell goes again this time. Ebony Robinson. Sorry. Oh, that's just official to start, sorry. So they will get the bell next time, so no one eliminated this lap. So the bell goes. Ebony Robinson in the bright orange colours at the back. Now pushes up around the outside. 95 could be in a little bit of trouble. Madeline needs to fight back on the inside. We'll wait for the call. 95, Madeline Wasserback. As they're heading down around that northern bend, the bell kicks again. Ava Schmidtke looks strong on the front. Robinson just picking them off every time. Kicks up around the outside. Moves up strongly in a safe position. '94 has been eliminated. Leonie Vanderberg, 94. Leonie Vanderberg. Okay. Down to 5. Can Caitlin Rose move up around the outside? She's off the seat, gets a bit of clear air. She will use the bend to her advantage, maybe. 98. Number 98, Hayley Dell, 98, has been eliminated. Down to 4. Who's going to be the unlucky 4th place? Robinson has looked good there. She's dancing at the back. Always looks strong around that back there. She looks like she's got nice endurance there. And she goes up around the outside into a safe position, holding the line nicely. 99 is out. That was Sir Donald Bradman's test average, and she was out. He was out. Now again, who will pick up 3rd place? Robinson has been picking them off nicely, but it's only 2 in the front there. They look strong. She moves down the outside, but so does 2nd place. It's going to be a 3-up race. Oh, they've come around the outside. 91, Ava Schmidtke will finish 3rd in the junior women elimination. Ava Schmidtke. So, the bell goes. 89 v 92. Anna Dubois down the back straight. Robinson. Can she fire up? Anna looks good there. Pushing all the way up the straight. Can she hold off? Robinson trying to come at her, but Dubois takes the win. 89 takes the win. Good strong ride. Robinson just wasn't able to over the line.
So ladies and gentlemen, after that, please give them a round of applause for the 1st and 2nd in the junior women's elimination. We're going to take this opportunity to have a break. They'll be back racing 1:15. Hope you enjoyed so far. We've got plenty of races to come. Use this time to get some fresh air, the great food outside, the bar for a soft drink or the more stronger beverage and the craft beer. But make available of the bar, the food, some fresh air. We'll be back racing in 20 minutes.
Yeah, as Rick said, there's a little bit of a break at the moment. Grab something to drink there. It's only a 125 metre walk around to the front straight. If you're in the back straight, grab a drink at the bar either end of the front straight. The all the eat facilities are outside. Plenty of good food out there. Just refresh yourself, get up and walk the legs. And we'll be back shortly for the next session of racing.
Now we're going to start moving straight into the women's elimination. We hope you got some refreshments, some great food out there. Hearing the food's very tasty. And the third event of the women's Omnium, the elimination. So for the women's Omnium riders, please make your way to the back straight. And the second half of the program will underway shortly. And we move in to the third event of the women's Omnium, the elimination.
I assume that means they got bowled out for 108.
It does.
19.2 overs. That's terrible. Shit. No. Did the light just get brighter?
Yep, thank you.
You need 10 holders, don't we, on the inside?
So they're in the back straight getting ready for the women's elimination, the Omnium. So we've had the scratch race, we've had the tempo, now it's the elimination. The elimination as an event is the same as we saw the juniors. They'll get a neutral lap, the whistle will blow, last rider across the line every 2 laps is withdrawn till they get 2 to go. But the overall winner of the elimination gets 40 points towards their tally, and going into the final event, the points race, you'll see towards the end of the night, when they get the points race, they'll go up with their current point standing, so you'll know who's winning the Omnium. It's quite a technical race, but it's an endurance race. This is the third event. They've had 2 hard races already, and now they're lining up for the women's elimination. Half the riders will start on the fence, half will start down the bottom, and as I said, the way it works, the first rider on the bottom of the track is the leader of the overall Omnium at this stage. Second place will be the first rider on the fence. Third place rider at this stage will be down in second position on the bottom. So that's the order they start. The elimination, it's a very quick race. You don't want to be caught at the back in the elimination. You use too much energy trying to get up across the line. So this is all about placement. It's all about putting yourself in the right position, not using too much energy, but not being caught where you have no room to go and you're eliminated. And we quite often can see a highly fancied rider in the points gets eliminated early because they put themselves in the wrong position. You also saw with the juniors, they try to put their front wheel in a gap that there is no gap. And that's when it gets very, very tricky. And I said, no place for the faint-hearted. So the women's Omnium Elimination lines up now. Ali Wallison in the white.
Okay, just getting ready for the women's Omnium elimination. The man on the white box here, he does the hard call. He's got to call the rider out. Okay, the riders roll away. The whistle has gone. Then once the bell goes, it's a rider out every second lap. Remembering, if you're in a bit of trouble and you think that's an easy ride up the inside on the light blue band, well, that's a no-no. Cannot do that. Even if you're not last across the line, you may still be eliminated. So now, that's the official start of the race. Next time round, Susan Mitchell in control of the bell. The bell goes. The rider on the inside looks up and says, gee, have a look at the wall of riders up above me. Really need to do something here. Number 52, 52 has been eliminated. Number 5-2, Sophie Ma. Very difficult when you got the big bunch here, and if you're on the inside, you really have nowhere to go. So you've got to start thinking about where you are. You see a couple of the riders, Summer Nordmeyer has to really dig deep. Riders on the inside, but it means on the outside. Number 45, 45 has been eliminated. Valentina Scandalara. The bell goes coming up this time. You can see riders take the opportunity. They make the decision to dive on the inside and they come up to the finishing straight. There's a wall of riders, pretty hard to get through. Number 53, Summer Nordmeyer, number 53. Bit of a race of attrition in the elimination. If you can sit on the front and control the bike race, all good. Young Bailey sits near the back. Number 42, 42. Kerry Jonker, 42, has been eliminated. And of course, if you can't hear me, Walt Conti over there will show the big figure on the whiteboard. Number 54 has been eliminated. 54, Prudence Fowler. I'll tell you what, just as well Susan's keeping count of the bells here. They keep to be ringing fairly often. Every second lap, every 500 metres. Oh, tell you, look at Ella Sibley go around the outside to get into the front. Number 44 has been eliminated. 44. So 10 riders still left. Number 51 has been eliminated. 51, Belinda Bailey. Basically run into nowhere man's land. Kira Will up around the outside. Trying to move on the outside, has one rider covered. To really dig deep. Number 48, Ella Sibley, 48. Okay, number 38 looking on the front there, Bryony Botha, as she goes down the back straight. There will be a rider eliminated this time. '43, yep, 43, Mia Griffin. 43 has been eliminated. Okay, the bell goes again. Another rider taken out of the bike race. 7 riders still left. '47, Alicia Polites has been eliminated. Very tight, but 47 has been eliminated. '49, number 49 has been eliminated. 49, Kira Will. '36, number 36, Alex Manley has been eliminated. 36. Who will take 4th place? They head down the back straight. '35 has been eliminated. Chloe Moran, 35. Who is going to finish 3rd in the elimination? Nice move by Wollaston on the inside. .38, Bryony Botha finishes third in the elimination. So Georgia Baker, Ali Wollaston, who will take the win in the women's elimination. Georgia Baker has a nice move through on the inside. She's got a nice gap there, but Wollaston will come home strong. Have a look, it's going to be a good, strong finish. Baker fights on, Wollaston on the outside. Oh, I tell you what, got it! Wollaston on the outside, good, strong ride from the New Zealander. Ali Wollaston first in the elimination. Did a nice ride. Takes the win from Georgia Baker and Bryony Botha, the top three in the women's elimination and part of the Omnium. Give her a cheer, what a great ride.
Give another round of applause. Ali Wollaston takes out the women's elimination in the Omnium event. Georgia Baker in second, Bryony Botha third, Chloe Moran fourth, Alex Moran fifth. So that is 3 events down, 1 still to go for them. The points race. So we now are going to move from endurance back to the speed women, the sprinters in their semi-finals. Now up on the track, the first heat of the semi-finals. Caitlin Ward, top of the track. Christina Keirin on the bottom of the track. Best 2 out of 3 in the women's semi-finals will race off for the win to top line Australian sprinters Christina Keirin, Australian sprint champion, up against Caitlin Ward. Is Commonwealth Games champion in the para and tandem. Also in her own right as a sprinter, represented Australia many times on the international circuit. But right now they're vying for a spot in the women's sprint final. Keirin versus Ward. As a sprinter, you want to try the minimum amount of races you can, so you don't want to go to the best of 3. Just takes a little bit more zap to the legs. And these 2 riders, very experienced, very skillful. Keirin versus Ward. And again, you see Christina Keirin. She doesn't look to the front, she looks at the back. That's where her opponent is. And she'll keep an eye on Caitlin Ward. Ward will climb high. The reason she's doing that to try to use the steep banking to help her gain speed. Now she climbs up again. She's trying to force Christina Keirin to go there. Ward's moving up and down. Keirin not having much about it. Keirin out of the saddle. Now Ward trying to build speed. Keirin there. Ward makes the move. Keirin on the outside. Ward there, but she hasn't quite got in front. Now she has in front of Christina Keirin. Keirin's got to go around the long way. They're underneath here. There's not much racing room under there. Keirin and Ward coming through. Keirin on the inside. Up the straight with Caitlin Ward. Heat 1 of the women's sprint semi-final.
Okay, next race, Brianna Hargrave, Alicia McCraig. Okay, we're going to wait for an update from the previous event. McKay, the Victorian rider, leads South Australia's Brianna Hargrave as they head down the back straight.
This race is underway. I just made an announcement in the last race. 22, Christina Keirin has been relegated for entering the sprinters lane when a rider was already there. What that means is Caitlin Ward had the sprinters lane a clear length and Christina underneath, so they have relegated Christina. So Caitlin Ward goes one up in their sprint.
Okay. Down that one to go. Brianna Hargrave took the initiative, took the lead. McKay gonna have to really ride strong down the back straight. Brianna digs deep. McKay coming strong out of Brianna Hargrave, holding on nicely. McKay on the outside. I tell you what, another close finish. Oh, yes. Another DRS. Have a look at this. I'll tell you what. Whoa. I'll tell you what, the line judge is going to have to really pick this one. Tell you what, just as well the camera's on there because...
Yeah, I think it's top.
Oh.
Top by about half a tyre with top rider decent.
Okay, McKay by a bee's whisker, maybe even half a bee's whisker. That was close. McKay on the outside.
So now we see back on the track the two riders from early on who raced each other in the 3 up. There's only 2 now. These are the riders who didn't make it through from those quarterfinals, but still great racing as Jacqueline Knock leads the way.
Okay, in the riders that didn't make the quarters, they've bringing out the best. They'll get 2 to go this time as they go through. Number 34, Jacqueline Knock, leads it away from Marilla Willis Hill down that back straight. Jacqueline leads it in the yellow colours. Coming into 1 to go. She's now digging deep. Marilla has to really fight it hard around that southern bend down the back straight. But I reckon Jacqueline's got too much gap as she heads down the back straight on that northern bend. Able to have a look under the seat. Will take the win. Good strong ride, Jacqueline Knock from the young gun, Marilla Willis Hill. Basically taking 5th and 6th place in this women's sprint competition. We've got Josh Harrison there. He's just getting the old bike warmed up there with the flowing locks in the back under the helmet, which indicates that coming up next, men's Keirin final 7 to 12.
So now we move into the men's Keirin 7th to 12th. So in the second round early on, the top 3 went to the main final. And it's very important, this 7th to 12th, at an international level. There's points awarded to these riders on a ranking system. So 7th to 12th, and it's a class field. Jordan Barney, Tate Ryan, Sam Gallagher, James Brister, Aaron Young, Finn Carpenter. 7th to 12th in the men's Keirin.
Okay, as you can see, this is the men's Keirin final, 7 to 12. Ned Pollard, Tate Ryan, Sam Gallagher, James Brister, Erin Young and Tim Finn Carpenter. Okay, number 18, Carpenter has to move onto the bike as he heads down there, and they get gradually build up pace to when the bike swings off at 3 to go at the required speed. And going through at the moment. So 18, Carpenter. Got a nice position there, but he knows that there's 5 riders sitting behind him. You can see Gallagher just giving himself a little bit of race room, backing off slightly so he can't get boxed in. Tate Ryan. Then we've got number 7 there as well, Ned Pollard. The bike will swing off at 3 to go as they're coming down here. Carpenter. You can see the big fella at the back there, Erin Young. He can see everything in front of him. He can see what's happening up there. But he's leaving it reasonably late, 500 metres after the bike race. The big fella, number 8, James Brister, decides to start moving around the outside. Gallagher looks over the shoulder. He's given himself plenty of racing room, which I said. Now Gallagher looks good. Carpenter fights away. Gallagher onto the front there on the southern bend. Fighting hard around the outside as well, but Gallagher holds it good. Brister's coming strong around the outside. Have a look, it's going to be a great finish. Brister right to the line. Can he get it? No. Gallagher on the inside, held back. Kicked again on the inside. Took the win. Now that was pretty good. Pollard also right up in the mix. Brister thought he had it, but Gallagher fought back nicely. Some good Keirin racing there, Rick. Josh Harrison's ready to go. He's saying, I'm fine. Not even a bead of sweat on the forehead. I'm fine. Getting back to sprint racing again now, the women's sprint. Second heat. Christina Clonan down 1. Caitlin Ward goes into this one. 1 up. So Caitlin Ward takes the inside run. It's all about sprint tactics and so forth. She sits pretty high up the track there. Clonan has to brush up against the fence high up the track. Clonan needs to take this one to bring it back onto an even keel. The little green square up there indicates that Caitlin Ward has the first one. As they're heading down that back top southern bend. Ward leads it. Clonan needs to get this one to take it to 3. As he goes down, just easing it away nicely. Very slow tactics. Head down that back straight. Clonan rides it from the back. Still 2 laps to go this time coming up. So 2 to go, 500 metres. Who's got the legs? And Keirin take this one to go through into the final. Clonan rides high up on the top of the track, forces her way down through on the inside. Now Keirin Ward kicks again. So we've got the race referee up the top there, but Ward on the outside tries to come through there. Clonan kicks back on the inside, takes the win up the finishing straight, will go to the line with the win.
Omnium points race start list when we get to it. There's 2 there.
Okay, so that looks like one each.
So that means that they're one apiece, so they're going to go to a third round ride, best of 3. As we get the second sprint semi-final, Brianna Hargrave, Alessia McCaig. McCaig won the first. She wins this, she's into the major final. Hargrave needs to win it to take it to the best of 3, like we just saw with Clonan and Ward. So Hargrave lines up, bottom of the track. McCaig on top, you see the green light. Next to her name, she's one up. She'd love to win this and be straight in the final. That's one less sprint race in the legs. Hargrave, McCaig. Women's sprint semi-finals. Heat 2, race 2. So you can see in the sprint racing, there's very little between the riders. A mistake can cost you dearly. So it's about finding that little window of opportunity to capitalise on your opponent's mistake. Try to force them to maybe look the wrong way at the wrong time. Maybe catch them in the wrong position of the track and then use that to your advantage. So Hargrave and McCaig, Commonwealth Games teammates last year in Birmingham, but now looking for a spot in the final. Hargrave leads the way. McCaig stalking from the back. Some riders prefer to lead from the front, some like to ride for the second position, and you need to learn to ride both. So now Hargrave starts to increase the pace. McCaig trying to wind her up. What she's trying to do is force her to go early. Now Hargrave's underway. McCaig's giving her distance. Hargrave's still looking though. That's going to allow McCaig to close it up. Hargrave's got a good lead. McCaig's got a lot of work to do from back there. Hargrave leading. McCaig coming at her, but I think she might have given too much distance. Hargrave's got to come to the line and take it out. So a mistake by Alessia McCaig. Hargrave takes it out. They're going to go to the best of 3 in the women's sprint semi-finals.
Tell you what, there's a beautiful up there, a Mischief Brew, make a beautiful drink, lovely grapefruit. Try one up at the bar. Mischief Brew, absolutely magnificent. A great supporter of cycling in South Australia. The Mischief Brew sprint competition, absolutely magnificent. So very refreshing, brand new flavour. Absolutely beautiful. Anyway, back to racing. So they've both got one each now. So we're going to go to the third round for each of the women's sprinters.
So they're on the infield now for the men's Keirin final, the major final. They've drawn their positions. They have numbers. They draw from 1 to 6. And what a class field this is. Byron Davies, Matthew Richardson, Lee Hoffman, Tom Cornish, Ryan Elliott, Carlos Carismo. 3 world champions, a junior world champion, and then 2 up-and-coming riders, Byron Davies and Carlos Carismo. This will be a fantastic men's Keirin final. It'll be no place for the faint-hearted. They each want the win. I said this is a UCI registered event. They've drawn positions now. Then they'll line up. Seen some great sprint racing, some great Keirin racing. These athletes will all come out again tomorrow. There's racing here tomorrow all day as well in the second round. If you've got nothing better to do on a Friday in Adelaide, they're racing here tomorrow from 10 o'clock until 4 o'clock. These athletes will be all out here again. And then tomorrow night, the presentation of the women's and men's TDU teams. But right now, 6 of the fastest men in Australia, some of them the fastest in the world, line up. You can see them looking around. They want to see whose positions. So Hoffman's drawn 1, Cornish in 2, Davies in 3, Davies in 5, Charismo, he's drawn there in 4, Elliott's in 3, Richardson has drawn 6, so he'll be at the tail of the field. The speedster, Matthew Richardson, said they have to line up in their positions unless they're willingly overtaken. Hoffman, Cornish, Elliott, Charismo, Davies and Richardson, they get the whistle. So a nice leisurely start to the men's Keirin final. It won't be so leisurely in 6 laps time where they'll hit 75, 76k an hour. Hoffman on the bike, Cornish, Elliott, Charismo, Davies, Richardson. That's how they line up at the moment in this, the men's Keirin final. So Hoffman, he's not looking, he doesn't need to at the moment, but he will as the lap stick down. He's just tucked in the aero position behind the motorbike. Cornish sitting there. Ryan Elliott, the young Queenslander. Charismo, the South Australian. Davies, the big Queenslander there. And Richardson in the UCI Champions League winner of the sprint this year at the back. He's the one that's got to make a move. In Keirin racing, you only get one opportunity normally. You don't get the second go at it. The bike comes off. Hoffman now starts looking. Cornish, Charismo, they're going through now. Now you see Cornish make the move. Richardson on the wheel. Hoffman, Elliott, Charismo. Hoffman doesn't want to give it up. Richardson's got to make a decision to go. Hoffman goes now. Richardson's there. Cornish and Hoffman and Richardson. Now Richardson goes to the front. Look at the speed as he goes. Cornish in second. Hoffman around the outside. Elliott waiting to outs. They get the bell. Richardson, Hoffman, Cornish looking for the door to open. Now you see Davies. Now down the back straight, Richardson goes. You see Cornish there. Elliott, it's Richardson. Cornish nearly there. Richardson's going to hold off. Richardson takes it out. Tom Cornish in second. Ryan Elliott in third. You saw Tom Cornish threw himself off. But Matt Richardson, ladies and gentlemen, is the UCI Champions League sprinter. He's the world champion in 2%, takes out the men's Keirin from Tom Cornish, and a great ride by Ryan Elliott, the junior world champion, in third. So there's the final results on the board. Matthew Richardson, Tom Cornish, as said, great ride by Ryan Elliott. Byron Davies in fourth, Carlos Charismo in fifth, Hoffman in sixth. Matthew Richardson starts the year 2023 off where he finished it, and that's on a high. He's had a great year, world champion in team sprint last year, silver medal in the sprint, Commonwealth Games champion in the team sprint and the sprint, and then UCI Champions League sprint winner overall. So continues on his winning ways. Right now, we're going to see the women back out, no rest at all, as they hit their third ride. They're one apiece. First up, we're going to see Keirin versus Ward, and then we'll see Hargrave versus McCaig to see who will go into the women's sprint finals.
Okay, the decider, Caitlin Ward, had the first heat. You can see both got the green little boxes up on the board. Caitlin Ward, 2 to go, leads it. Who wins this goes through into that final. Caitlin Ward watching. Christina Kleinen down that back section. Starting to lift off the seat, and it's trying to get Caitlin to lift the pace. Caitlin, very experienced campaigner, I should say, watching over the shoulder. Caitlin there looking good now. Christina Kleinen's got the gap on the outside, and she's used it nicely as she comes off the bend, takes it to the line, and takes the win. Christina Kleinen will go through into the final. But had some pretty tough rides tonight.
So now they roll out for round 3 of Heat 2. We just saw Christina Kleinen into the major final. Caitlin Ward will be racing off for 3rd position. Now McCaig versus Hargrave. They're 1 apiece. They would have gone away, spoke to their coaches. What did I do right when I won? What did I do wrong when I didn't? And then now try to use that in this event here. The winner will meet Christina Kleinen in the final. The 2nd place rider will be up against Caitlin Ward later on. Hargrave, as I said earlier, for the first race they draw, they reverse it for the 2nd, the starting position, and if it goes to the best of 3, they redraw, so Hargrave leads the way from McCaig. Both these heats have been very close at the finish. The legs are starting to be feeling the effects of a long day of sprinting. They had qualifying, they had quarterfinals, semi-finals, and they've still got the finals to go. McCaig tucked right up on the back wheel of Hargrave, not getting herself a lot of racing room at the moment. Hargrave looking over his shoulder. McCaig now gives herself a bit of space. Will start to climb up high. Hargrave, you can see, not sure what to do at the moment. She gets out of the saddle. She sits back down. Hargrave looks left. She doesn't want to leave that door open. She shuts it very quickly. Hargrave leads. She's looking over the shoulder. McCaig's waiting to pounce. Hargrave still looking though. Now she goes for home. Hargrave there. McCaig got to come out of now. Hargrave leading. Here comes McCaig. Hargrave on the hip. McCaig trying to get there. Up the straight they go. It's got to be close on the line again. But I think McCaig will wait for the official result. But great racing by Brianna Hargrave and Alessia Nisbel. Alessia McCaig is in the final against Christina Kleinen. And Brianna Hargrave will race off against Caitlin Ward for 3rd. Give them a round of applause. Great sprint racing by those women. The women's sprint semi-finals.
Got it.
Cool.
So next up we're getting ready it's going to be our paracyclist 8-lap scratch chase. And our champion paracyclists will be out there 8 laps, and they're getting ready. A great field, our Paralympians mixed in here. Olympic medalists, gold medalists, world champions in the para scratch chase. So our paracyclist now out on the track. It's an 8-lap scratch chase, and I'll explain in a little minute. They said our para champions, Olympic gold medalists and medalists, world champions and medalists are bound in the paracycling group. And they're all out there. They'll come round ready for the start. So, as I said, an 8-lap scratch. They'll line up together on the track. They'll get 8 laps. But Caitlin Sherman here at the back is a 1-lap start, and Caitlin lines up behind him. She'll there. So the others will be out the chase. Caitlin, Darren Hicks it is, Paralympic champion on the front. Meg Lemon's there. Then we also see Gabrielle McKenna-Leachsky. Mitchell Bales here in the red. So straight off 8-lap scratch, Caitlin Sherman, make sure you give her plenty of encouragement. She will see 7 to go. So get behind them, they're on the 8-lap scratch, and Caitlin Sherman, she goes through at 7 to go. So now, you see they're underway in racing, and it's Darren Hicks who will lead them away. Meg Lemon, and then we see Gabrielle McKenna-Leachsky there. And Caitlin Sherman on the back of the field. She's got a lap start. They're going to chase her down. So they're going to come around and see already 6 to go on the board when they come through. Well, the other's got 7. Caitlin's got 6. So she's trying to hold on to that wheel. So Meg now goes through. Gabrielle McKenzie-Leachsky, he goes through there as well. Maxwell Goodolts, Caitlin Sherman, remember she's got a lap start, so these riders will see 6, and Caitlin Sherman's got 5 to go, so give us some support, Caitlin, trying to hold off this there. And we've got Olympians in there, Commonwealth Games, so now they're trying to chase Caitlin down. So these riders have got 5 to go. Caitlin will get 4. She's had a lap start, so these riders get 5, and then Caitlin will get 4. Give us some support, Caitlin Sherman. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, 4 laps to go. She's trying to hold off the major pack. Darren Hicks is looking over. He wants to see where Caitlin is. Well, she's still in the same straight. They're going to get 4 to go. Caitlin's going to get 3. So now they're starting to lift the pace, trying to bring her down. Sudoltz it is. Mitchell Bailey there. Darren Hicks, Meg Lemon. And then we see McKenna-Leachsky. Here's Caitlin Sherman. She's got 3 to go. So Caitlin trying to hold on. Now Mitchell Bales has got the pace going. Darren Hicks there. Meg Lemon. And then we see the rider of McKenna-Leachsky. And Sudoltz at the back. So Caitlin Sherman, she's starting to feel the fatigue now. She's only got 2 to go. She's trying to hold on. Caitlin Sherman doing a great job. She sees 2 to go as they come through. Now we see Hicks leading. He looks over his shoulder. Nick Lemon's there as well. Mitchell Bales. And then McKenna Lipsky Sudoltz at the back. Sherman, she's trying to hold on gamely, but now they're lighting up the back. Mitchell Bales in the red, and then Hicks on the top. They're going to come round and see 1 to go. It's the bell lap. Sherman just gets reeled in. She's done a great job. Bales makes the move now. Then we see Hicks. Lisi there to right of McKenna Shipke. It's Bales at the moment. Then McKenna Lipsky as well. Darren Hicks trying to wind it up. McKenna Lipsky's going to take it there. Hicks trying to get to him, but McKenna Lipsky's going to come down and take it out. Darren Hicks in second. Mitchell Bales in third. Again, give a big round of applause. Caitlin Sherman, a great job out on her own. Goes across in the para scratch chase. So a great job by all the riders in the scratch chase. Amazing, talented athletes. And now we're about to see some more of our para stars, this time on tandems. So first up, we're going to see Bo Wooten, Commonwealth Games medalist, being piloted by Max Liebernick. And then we're going to see Kane Perez, piloted by Luke Zachariah. And tandem racing, it's just frankly scaring. These tandems get up 70 odd K an hour. You got to be working with your partner, you got to be in unison. It's very hard to get out of the saddle on these bikes together. So they go up. Bo Wooten on the back there, being piloted by Max Liebernick. Bo Wooten, a Commonwealth Games medalist. He gets up on the tandem. And they're going to be racing the Western Australian riders there. Kane Perez, piloted by Luke Zachariah. So an interesting fact here, Bo Wooten on the South Australian tandem was piloted with Luke Zachariah at the Commonwealth Games. Now they're racing each other. They're not teammates anymore. And Liebernick, Junior World Team Sprint Champion, not a pilot to have on the front of your bike. Tandem racing. Very exciting, very fast. So the Western Australian there, Kane Perez, being piloted by Luke Zachariah. You see Rowan White trying to lift the tandem up. There's fair effort, back wheel up to get him on the line. Graham, great racing the tandems, and great to see the two pairings here. Bo Wooten, piloted by Max Liebernick, the South Australians, and then Kane Perez, piloted by Luke Zachariah.
Yeah, pretty tough racing, tandem racing. A lot of horsepower there, and of course I've ridden a few tandems in my life and in national championships, but they're a great one to watch here. They really go for it, and this is the big event. Of course we've got young Bo Wooten on the front there. Of course Liebernick driving him on the front was Kane Perez, just watching in the background as they're heading up there.
So you can see the tandems winding up. One of the things to watch, there's a fair bit of flex in these machines when they go and they try to make the frames as stiff as possible to get maximum power. But when you've got two strong men on them, now you see Liebernick looking. He doesn't know. Zachariah, the piloting Perez there. They're going to come round. Kane Perez gets one to go. Side by side they go. Now they're racing neck and neck down the back straight. Now you can see how close it is. Zachariah, Perez, Liebernick and Wooten. They're trying to get there. They're fighting back underneath. Up the straight they come. Zachariah, Perez, Liebernick and Wooten. It's close on the line. Great racing by the men's tandem pairing. Give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. That's great tandem racing.
Oh, good racing there. We saw the team from SA on the inside, and there it is. Paris on the outside, taking the win from the inside. Very strong win again. Very close on the photo. Great tandem racing.
So great tandem racing in the men. Now we're about to replicate that with the women. As we see coming out, Candice Kelly, piloted by Kelly Fetz. And we're going to see Madeline McNeil, piloted by Lizanne Wilmot. So the women's tandems now. Said great racing, some of the best in the world. And we're going to see Madeline McNeil, piloted by Lizanne Wilmot, and Candice Kennedy, piloted by Kelly Fetz in the women's tandem.
Okay, Kelly Fetz as the pilot there. The stoker there is Kennedy. But they've got a little bit of gap there at the moment. We saw the finish of the last one. Lizzie Ann Wilmot's going to push hard. And, of course, Madeline McNeil driving strong as well from the back there. They're heading down that back straight. They'll get the bell next time. Kelly Fetz piloting the rider on the front there. Lizzie Ann Wilmot now just going to push around the outside. Can she get Madeline McNeil up onto the hip there around the outside on the southern bend? Going head to head down the back straight, really fighting it out on the outside, looking good. The combination of Wilmot and McNeil pushing up the finishing straight. Then will take the win, look over the shoulder and takes the win. Nice ride. The combination of McNeil and Lizzie Ann Wilmot. Kelly Fetz just piloting Kennedy. Just didn't have the legs to go with them tonight, but great tandem racing here.
So now the men's elimination in the Omnium. We saw the women earlier. This is the third event for the men. Graham Frisley leads the standings. He'll start on the bottom in the number 1 position. Kel O'Brien up there in the Australian Championship colours. That's he's privileged to wear for the next year as Australian Omnium champion in this event. He's in second. Then we see Maximilian Schmidbauer in Austria will be on the bottom of the track. He's in third overall. And then Jan Willem van Schip, the rider on the top of the track in second, is fourth. That's how they line up. Men's elimination. So the men's elimination, always exciting like the women's, because it's supposed to be a first laps neutral. I haven't seen too many neutral laps in elimination because they all want to get to the front early. But they'll do 1 lap, then they'll get the whistle, and then a rider out every 2 laps until the last 2. But Frisley on the bottom. He is Omnium champion previously, and now the current Omnium champions on top. So 2 great riders on the front. Van Schip up the top there. Then the Austrian rider, Schmidbauer. They're lined up now. Just the starter ticking them off. Then they'll be underway. This is the third event of 4 for the men's Omnium. They roll away now to men's elimination. Said first lap is neutral, but riders will be jostling to get to the front. And they get the whistle next time through, then every 2 laps. So you can see already the pace as riders try to get to the front. So they get the whistle. Next time through, they're going to get the bell. But the pace on the front. If you're at the back, you've got to work so much harder to get there. You use a lot of energy, and it's just a constant rotation. So next lap, first out, Keirin Rogers on the bottom leads. Then Kel O'Brien, Oliver Bledden on his outside. You can see the gaps. It's very tight in the middle. But look, keep your eye on the back of the pack. Who will be the first rider out in the men's elimination in the Omnium event? .69, Dylan Proctor Parker, first rider out. And he knew straight away as the pace gets lifted once more. And this is how the race will go. They get the bell again. James Moriarty leads. He leads through. Dalton Stretton's up there as well. You don't want to be caught in that 5th or 6th on the bottom because you just run into a wall of riders. Who's going to be this time? You see them fighting at the back. You got to be careful here. 77, Aston Freef it is. Aston Freef is the rider out. But you can see how much harder the riders at the back are working. They've got to back out, go around, takes a lot of energy. So Dalton Stretton leads Oliver Bledden. James Moriarty it is. They're at the front. Cam Rogers makes a big move around the outside. But look at the back. The riders jostling for that last position. You don't want to risk it there as they come up once more. 73, they're making it pretty easy. Leo Zimmerman, they're making the officials' jobs a little bit easier, but it's going to get tighter from here. Look at Kel O'Brien. He's moved himself back up in the top 3. Ryan Schilt in the orange. He's the one now looking to move up. Kai Goltman's the one in trouble now. Goltman it is at the back as he looks there. Moriarty's looking over his shoulder, but he might be looking the wrong way. You don't want to get caught. Once more they come. 74 it is, Kai Goltman. So Goltman now out. Ryan Schilt is the rider in orange. Then you see Moriarty in the green, look over his shoulder. On the front, riding nicely, Will Holmes is doing it nicely on the front there. But look at now, Schilt, he's gone underneath. Has he gone very quickly there, but now he's running to a wall of riders. This is where it gets tight now. Up the straight they come. Who's it going to be? 58, it's 5'8", and that's none other than Josh Duffy. So a surprise early elimination. Josh Duffy just got caught there. As now you see Van Schip. Look at him, the big rider, the Dutch rider, so strong, goes to the front once more. Very, very experienced rider, Van Schip. At the back, Moriarty it is, in the death seat. Schultz running to a wall in the orange there. He looks left, but he needs to be looking right. 66, Ryan Schilt, the rider out. So Ryan Schilt is the rider out. A shake of the head. But now they come through once more. You see Connor Lee looking over his shoulder. He knows he's got Taron Cook behind him, but you don't want to be caught napping. So Lee now, he'll move up. Taron Cook going to look for a run underneath. So they come up the straight once more. 72, Taron Cook it is. So Taron Cook out. At the moment, O'Brien on the front with Moriarty. Van Schip on the inside. Now, they're watching each other as we see the rider of Dalton Stretton. He's at the back with the two Koreans. So Stretton now. He makes a good move around the outside. And 68 it is, 68. And that's Hung Young. So Hung Young from Korea out. We're getting down to the business end, still about 11 or 12 riders to go. O'Brien now on the front. Van Schip on his wheel. Angus Miller on the outside of him. Oliver Bledden there. But again, it's at the back. You can see the riders moving around. Connor Lee wants to be careful here. Up the straight he goes. And 70, Dalton Stretton. So now Lee moves around. Cam Rogers is the rider on the inside at the back now. Graham Frisley's in front of him. Kel O'Brien just doing it all smooth, looking over his shoulder. At the back, you got Rogers, Frisley, Lee. Now they make the move round there, but they've got to go 4, 5 wide. Frisley caught at the back at the moment. He wants to be careful he doesn't play out there as he comes up the straight. Who's it going to be? 67, 67's the called out, so 67. And then Sung Hung Parks, narrowly over Connor Lee. 10 riders left now. In the men's Omnium elimination, O'Brien comfortably looks over his shoulder. He says, where is everyone? How are they feeling? Maximilian Schidbauer on his wheel. Van Schip there as well. You see there a little touch of shoulders from the riders. Who's it going to be this time through? 6-2 has been called out. James Moriarty. So Connor Lee's still in. James Moriarty's been called out. Connor Lee's still in. So Connor sat up thinking he was the one out. Going to make it tough this time through. So you always ride until you hear your name or number, but this time now Connor is going to call it a day. Van Schip goes to the front, but Connor Lee is the rider who will be eliminated that time through. So 55, Connor Lee, but now look at Van Schip. O'Brien senses the danger. Van Schip is strong. O'Brien's gone out. They get the bell. Van Schip looks to see who's coming. It's none other than the Australian champion. Bledden's there. He's looking to chase him down. So Van Schip has said, let's not wait for the end of the race. Let's go now. He's got the Australian champion with him. So all the action's at the back of the races. These two now ride tempo. Who is out this time? 78 it is. So 78 Angus Miller out that time, but Van Schip and O'Brien, they can do it comfortable out there now. Frisley's now sensed the danger. He wants to go out. Bledden's there. So it's going to be a race of attrition now. Van Schip and O'Brien can just ride comfortably together. Frisley going out very quickly, But all the action's back. Cam Rogers is there. He's going to wait to make a move. Who will be out this time through as they come round? 76, Cam Rogers can get there. So Rogers is out. As now we see Frizzley has joined the main group. Now another move coming out. Looks like Bledden, isn't it? So the move is on now. No, indeed, that is Will Holmes has gone out. But these last two riders, Bledden and Schmidbauer, are fighting out now. The four out in front are comfortably safe at the moment. So Schmidbauer has gone out now. Bledden, he goes through. So Maximilian Schmidbauer, is that rider out? So 63, they get the bell, but Oliver Bledden, he's off the back here. He'll be the next rider eliminated. He'll take 5th place. So we're down to 4. Oliver Bledden knew there was there. Now they're down to 4. And what it is, O'Brien, the Australian champion. Then we've got Will Holmes there. Van Schip, Frizzley. Down the back straight they go now. Who's going to miss out? Van Schip's caught in the box in there. Up the straight, O'Brien, Holmes. And we see there Frizzley. Van Schip is out. So it's now 3. 59, Willem Van Schip. It's down to Will Holmes, Graham Frizzley, Kel O'Brien. 3 left, 1 more to come out before they race off. Who will it be? Will Holmes of South Australia's done a great ride. Kel O'Brien, the current Australian Omnium champion. Graham Fridley, a previous Australian Omnium champion. So O'Brien leads. Holmes, Fridley's now riding smart. He's got him in the box. Holmes has got to back out. Now they go down the back straight. It's O'Brien, Frizzley, Holmes on his wheel. Up the straight they come. It's down to 2. So Will Holmes, 61 out. It's down to Kel O'Brien, the Australian champion in the Omnium. Graham Frizzley, the previous Australian champion in the Omnium. So 2 previous winners of this overall event fighting off for the elimination win. O'Brien, he's got Frizzley there. So he looks over his shoulder. O'Brien, Frizzley now will come at him in the elimination. O'Brien, Frizzley trying to come now. O'Brien, Frizzley coming now. O'Brien, Frizzley on the outside. O'Brien trying to hold on. O'Brien gets there with a throw on the line. Kel O'Brien, ladies and gentlemen, takes out the Omnium. Graham Frizzley second, Will Holmes third. But great racing in the men's Omnium elimination. Give him a round of applause. Kel O'Brien takes the win from Graham Frizzley.
Great call, Rick, and I tell you what, the big turbo, he got it fired up there. Kellen O'Brien taking the win, Frizzley. But the one I was actually impressed with, there was Will Holmes. He left the pack and joined them there and finishing 3rd in that pretty classy field. So great racing there by these riders there. Always a tough one. Kellen O'Brien absolutely threw everything into it, as did Graham Frizzley. So plenty of racing still to go.
So now we move into Heat 1, Round 1 of the Women's Sprint Finals. We're going to see Caitlin Ward up against Brianna Hargrave, followed by Christina Clonan up against Alessia McCaig. So the right off for the women's third place, 2 out of 3 again. Caitlin Ward, drawn number 1. Brianna Hargrave, drawn number 2. Best 2 out of 3 women's sprint. This is the finals now. We've seen some great sprint racing so far tonight, and now it's up to the finals. Ward versus Hargrave, followed by Keirin versus McCaig. Still plenty of great racing. The women's sprint finals, the first and second rounds. And then the finale of the Omniums, the women's points race, the men's points race, and also the paras will be outbat again in the tandem sprints and the Italian pursuit. They're up next. Right now, Ward versus Hargrave. Women's sprint, third place right off. So Ward leads the way. Hargrave now. Said they've had probably 6 or 7 sprint races tonight already. And now they're looking for the first victory in their ride for third. Ward leads. Hargrave trying to wind her up high on the track. Ward goes up the cover and close the door. She's got a high held on the fence at the moment. Hargrave's got to make a decision. Do I go around or do I back out? Now they're up. Ward on the top. Hargrave caught up there. She's got to make wide dive underneath. Now she's still waiting. Ward's controlling at the moment. Now Ward goes. Here comes Hargrave. Ward there. Hargrave round the outside. Brianna Hargrave round the outside. Going to be too strong and goes one up in their women's third place right off. So now it is checking here who drew 1, who drew 2. So it is checking which rider drew number 1, which rider drew number 2. Matt Crampton pushed Christina off, so they'll roll round. While they're rolling around, the holders for those 2 women, 2 great cyclists, Shane Kelly holding up Lesia McCaig and Matt Crampton holding up Christina Keirin, 2 of the great champions. Matt Crampton represented the UK many, many times. Shane Kelly been a world champion. Now both in coaching roles, passing on their knowledge and experience. You see them having a chat there about who drew 1, who drew 2. We're sorted out now. Keirin drew 1. McCaig drew 2. Maybe it was the coaches couldn't count. They roll off this, the first round for the women's sprint final. So Keirin leads the way from McCaig. Both looking to take the first blood in the women's sprint final. Keirin dictating from the front. See there, just a flick. McCaig trying to wind her up. Keirin now lifts the speed. McCaig wants it a little bit higher. She's trying to wind her up. Keirin there, McKay out of the saddle. Keirin controlling in the saddle. Keirin leads. McKay there. Keirin down the back straight. McKay trying to close the gap. Keirin there. McKay Cummings there. Up to the 8. Keirin. McKay comes up to the back wheel. Up the straight she comes, but Keirin goes 1-0 up in the women's sprint final. Great racing by Christina Keirin and Alessia McKay. But victory to Christina Keirin in round 1 for the race for the gold position. So now we move back into the women's tandem sprinting. We saw great racing in the first round. Where we saw the tandem of Madeline McNeil, Lizanne Wilmot take the victory over Candice Kennedy, Kelly Fetz. Looking for some holders for a tandem out there, please. We need a couple of holders. Thanks, Matt Crampton.
Okay, next tandem up there. We've got two good teams. Two riders ahead of Lizzie-Anne Wilmot piloting. As we go through the McNeil, Madeline McNeil and Candice Kennedy. They're on the back there with Kelly Fetz just leading it away. Moving along nicely there on the front, Lizzie-Anne Wilmot is the pilot for McNeil. Because high up on the track, Kelly Fetz makes a nice move as a pilot there, piloting Candice Kennedy. Got it really running there at 1 to go as they're heading down around that back section. But now the big fight is on. Can they hold it out? Can the combination of Wilmot and there come around the outside, fighting it strong to the line. Good strong racing on the tandem. Well, there will be no men's tandem there. One of the riders is not feeling the best. So I think they're getting underway with a team sprint. So good strong win, the combination of Lizzie-Anne Wilmot and Madeline McNeil up against Kelly Fetz, taking second place there with Candice Kennedy. So great racing. Another power event coming up shortly.
So now we're lining up for the para team sprint. It's the way this works. They start off, the front rider does one lap, swings out of the way. The second rider does their lap, swings out of the way, and then the third rider brings it home. So Caitlin Sherman in the front here, Maxwell Sudholtz and Darren Hicks, Meg Lemon, Mitchell Bales, and Gabriel McKenna in the back straight. So underway, para tandem team sprint. Caitlin Sherman leads the front straight off. Meg Lemon leads the back straight. One lap each, so give him some encouragement. And they do one lap each and they swing out of the way. So Meg Lemon leads them away. Mitchell Bales. And then the rider of Gabrielle McKenna-Leeski. Caitlin Sherman. And then Sudholtz and Darren Hicks to bring them home. They get now one lap done. Caitlin Sherman out of the way. Does her lap, a great start for her team. Now, Mitchell Bales there. And Sudholtz in the back straight with Hicks. So Bales bring Mackenzie Leedsky home. And Hicks will bring the other team. They come round now. So the back straight's got a lead at the moment. Gabrielle McKenna-Leedsky leads the way. Darren Hicks trying to bring him home. At the moment, the team sprint, half a lap to go. But it looks like the back straight team's going to take out the win in the para team sprint. So the team from the back straight take it out. Hicks brings them home. Give them a round of applause. But the back straight team takes out the para team sprint.
Great racing there. Really endeavour to push that through.
Okay, I'd just like to know what kind of bell this is. Maybe you rule it right? I tried. I was like, it was a silent bell.
So now looking for the women's sprint riders back out. So we're looking for the third place ride-off. Ward and Hargrave, followed by McCaig and Keirin. The sprinters are back up. And then we'll get into our final two events, the finale of the women and men's Omnium, the points race. And that will be a real test of endurance. But right now, the sprinters, they don't get much rest between rounds. Caitlin Ward, Brianna Hargrave, followed by Christina Keirin and Alessia McCaig.
There's still plenty of racing here tonight. As I said, it'll be, we've got a couple of big races still to come up. But the way they're circulating nicely, they will quickly go through that. So don't avail yourself to the, both the bars are open at the moment if you need refreshments, whether it be a nice alcoholic beverage or a soft drink. Avail yourself to those facilities. They're starting to cool down a little bit in here if it can.
So straight back up, we see Caitlin Ward, Brianna Hargrave. The women's sprint. Hargrave took out the first round. She takes this out. She takes third place. Ward will be looking to turn the result over and take them to a third. Hargrave leads the way. Some great women's sprint racing.
Just heading down that back section there, coming into get two to go. Brianna taking the first one. Caitlin dancing on the pedals there. Would like to go and force it into a 3-up race for the bronze ride. Moves up high. Reacts nicely. Down and bound on that northern bend there. Caitlin Ward comes there, gets a little bit of a gift there. Can she get the speed going down around the back straight? Down that back straight now, Brianna Hargrave leads it strongly there. Caitlin Ward really digging deep, but I'm not sure she's going to get to the wheel. Brianna Hargrave pushes it to the line. Caitlin Ward drives to the finish. But Brianna Hargrave takes the win for the bronze medal, or for the bronze ride in straight heats. Next one, the final of the women's sprint. McKay up against Clonan. Okay, they probably got their numbers calling nicely this time. Clonan up the top. McKay on the bottom. McKay being held up by Shane Kelly, the original Minute Man. So Clonan has the first race on the board. The bell go, the whistle goes. McKay needs to grab this one. Needs to take this one to take it into a 3-up final. As he heads down that straight. McKay looks over the shoulder, riding straight, looking over the shoulder. Good bike control. Clonan giving her plenty of room, just moves around up the top, watching intently. 2 to go. So they're 2 of the great sprinters. Clonan just watching intently up around the top. McKay looking over the shoulder. Clonan dives through on the inside, gets the inside run nicely there, fights it down the back straight. Clonan, I reckon she's got too much in the tank. Comes around the northern bend. McKay not able to go with her, but Christina Clonan, such a top sprinter. Beautiful move on the inside there, coming into 1 to go, and will take the win.
So we've seen some great sprint racing tonight. Now we're into the final event for the women and men's Omnium. In 3 events so far. Now we're up to the points race. The legs will be feeling a bit fatigued, but there's a lot at stake. The women line up leading after 3 events is Ali Wollaston from New Zealand on 112 points. Chloe Moran, South Australia, is second on 108. Georgia Baker, third on 102. Alex Manley, fourth on 100. And Brioni both up, fifth on 98. They're the top 5 at the moment. But there's a lot at stake in this next race, the women's points race. 80 laps, a sprint every 10 laps. So how they'll start this race, they'll start on the points they have accumulated so far that I just read out. every sprint, you get 5 for first, 3 for second, 2 for third, 1 for fourth, and that gets added to your tally. If you lap a field, you get 20 laps, but if you lose a lap, you lose 20 points. So the 2 endurance events still to go. Great time to go to bar and hydrate and fresh up for the next 2 races. They're going to be exciting. We have something like 14 points separate the top 5 in the women, and in the men we have 2 riders equal on points. So all to play for. This the women's points race. So it's not showing on the board, but they start with the points there. So Wollaston starts with 112, Moran 108, Baker 102, Manly 100, both at 98, Kira Will on 80, Mia Griffin on 78. And then after each sprint, if they get points, they get added to that tally. So you see there, just a little bit of drama there in the positions on the bike. So again, they line up. The leader, Wollaston, first position on the bottom of the track. Moran in second up top. Then Baker down on the bottom again. Manly will go back up top. Then down to Bofa. Following this will be the men's Omnium points race.
Okay, they're ready to go. And the beauty about this one here is all the points that they've actually accumulated going into this event, the points that they gain is what gets added to their aggregate. 80 laps, sprint every 10 laps, 10 sprints up for grabs. 5, 3, 2 and 1 are the points. Of course, the old 20 points if you take a lap. 20 points ripped off of your score if you lose a lap. Traditional points race, you're going to try and get those numbers up on the board, which makes it a little bit more interesting. Now, Rick, you like this, the new format now, whether you got the points race at the end there, the riders, when they can see their points up there, the points are actually what they get through the race, makes it so much more interesting.
Yeah, it certainly does. Makes it easier for the spectators when the points are up there on the board as well, and for the riders. It's a great race now. It's less confusing, but it's a real marathon for these women and the men. See, the first rider in the attack's gone, so this rider now on the attack trying to get away for the first sprint points. So certainly now, when we're looking down to where, see where it is in the overall, and that's Kerry Jonker from South Africa. So Kerry Jonker has gone out. She currently sits on 66 points in 11th position, so she's trying to gain some early points and move herself up the overall standings.
Okay, she's gone out early there. Of course, 76 on the 75 as they'll come around into the straight now. It's going out early there, but she might like to say, look, I want to just test the legs out, get the cobwebs out of the legs, although they've had a lot of racing today. And the Omnium is a fairly enduring event. And she's just circulating at the moment, just keeping control of the bike race. On the back straight, Alex Manley drives it on the front. And young Mia Griffin from Ireland, she in the green colours, moves to the top of the race. They're just working on those numbers at the moment, and when they put them up on the board, they should have the progressive numbers. So what actually happens now, the old Omnium used to finish with a time trial and whatever, so you basically knew where you were going to get And of course now there's no points for 40 points for a win. It's what you gain in the bike race. So if you go into it, you get a bit of an idea where you sit. So we'll try and get the numbers up shortly as they're going down the back straight. 51, Belinda Bailey, the young gun from Ballarat, Bendigo. Just drops down to the back now. And they're swapping off nicely. It's 72. So the leading rider still out the front there. So next time round, the bell will go 5, 3, 2 and 1 of the points. We know that she's going to get 5 points for the win. Who's going to get the minor points? And all about, as Rick's always said to me, it's the how you ride a points race is how you protect yourself. It's no good racing from the back, screaming around the outside, putting all the eggs in the basket to get 1 or 2 points. You've got to position yourself nicely. So Chloe Moran picks up 3 points. As they're going through here at the moment, Nicola McDonald picking up the 2 points. But the rider that went out early took out the 5 points. Kerry Jonker. She realised now she's backed it up. Now, the big move here is Valentina Scandalara. She takes off a previous win of the women's tour, Santos Tour Down Under. But they are watching her carefully, Rick.
They are indeed, but the points aren't up on the board. But I can tell you with Chloe Moran picking up some points in that last sprint, she's only 1 point behind Ali Wollaston now. So she closed the gap from 4 points to 1 in the first sprint. And we'll try to get those points updated, but now Scandalara out in front. But that'll make Ali Wollaston on 112. Unofficially, Chloe Moran will go to 111. Baker will remain on 102, Manly on 100. Beaufort has moved up to 99. But plenty of racing, 66 laps still to go. Scandalara out in front. Former winner of the Women's Santos Tour Down Under, but also has performed on the track and won stages some of the biggest women's races on the world. Here racing the track, and Scandalara trying to get the next sprint. The main contenders are watching each other. You see Beaufort straight on her wheels, Moran. Manly's there, Baker, they're all watching each other at the moment.
Looking strong down there, Scandalara. Scandalara, they're just talking to her earlier on that she had a bit of illness going into December there, so her fitness is not right up there, but she's really given a shot out the front at the moment. We're coming through next time round at 63 laps to go. So still plenty of action here. And as Rick was saying, that Chloe Moran, it's all, with the points race, it's being the consistent rider, the one that can pick up points along the way. As we're going through 47 as the leading rider goes through there now, and that is Alicia Polides. Okay, coming up to 62 laps. And the rider there that's got a lot to gain there is Ali Wollaston from New Zealand. She went into this bike race with the last event leading. But as Rick was saying, Chloe Moran has pulled back a few points. And it looks like Valentina will probably take out the 5 points in this one. But the big move there is Ali Wollaston driving it down the back straight. Sitting on the wheel there, the other teammate. And that is Bryony Botha. And she's just going to control that one. Chloe Moran swings. Oh, that's very, very tight there. It's good riding as they're going through. A good, strong title there. But Valentino taking the 5 points. But in that one there, we've got in second place there was Ali Wollaston, so she'll pull back a couple of points in that run. Controlled nicely, but Chloe Moran up around the outside. I think she picked up third place. So she's probably hovering around there, those two at the moment, Rick.
Yeah, just updating unofficial course. I'm doing it myself, and Ali Wollaston with that race there should be going, might make it 115 points. Chloe Moran is now 113. Baker still on 102, Manly on 100, and now Bofa has moved to 100 as well. So still fighting it out, but Wallace and I had unofficially leads Moran by 2 points, and then they drop back to the rider of Baker on 102, and then Manly and Bofa both on 100. But plenty of racing, 56 laps. There's still some 6 sprints to go. And the last sprint, there's double points. So it's 5, 3, 2 and 1 each sprint. The last sprint, you get 10, 6, 4 and 2. But the leaders are watching each other, Graham, very closely. They're not letting each other too much out of the sight. And that's why these other riders who are probably well down on the list on points have been allowed to slip off the front. But while they're doing that, they're taking points away from the leaders, so that gap won't change.
Exactly right what Rick was just saying then. These riders, the 4 of them out the front there, they're not right up in the leader category in this Omnium series. So, of course, Wollaston then saying, well, look, I don't really need to go and chase out after them because I'm taking points away from my competitors here in the field there, which is Chloe Moran and Georgia Baker and Alex Manley. So while they're out there, they're taking the points there, and it looks like they may stay away for the top 4. It only gets really dangerous there is if they take a lap. Now the thing is, they're less than half a lap ahead at the moment. They're not right up on the high on the scoreboard, but if they take a lap, they can pick up 20 points each, and that will move them up there. So that's when they start looking at things there. Georgia Baker looks like it's need to work hard there. Both are from New Zealand there. Looks across there and say, right, they've actually got more than half a lap. So get behind these 4 riders here in the breakaway. Can they take a lap on this field? They're really working hard together down that back straight, Rick.
Yeah, you see the front group though, they're splitting up a little bit under the pressure, but they're going to get a bell this time. But if they get a lap, the big mover will be Kira Will, who's sitting there in second, because she gets 20 points for a lap. It'll move her right up into the top 6. So right now, it's the rider on the front there, Sophie Ma, leading along. Also the rider of Kira Will, Nicola McDonald there. Kerry Yonkers trying to hold on, but they get the points. So Ma gets the 5, Will the 3, McDonald the 2, but it's the 20 points they want for the lap, and that'll be the big move, and it'll move some of these riders right up in the top 6. So they're getting on the back now. You see the officials point. They'll declare a lap taken by Sophie Ma, Kira Will, Nicola McDonald, with Kerry Yonker trying to get on the back now as well.
Okay, so Rick's going to do a little bit of a calculation. I'm not really sure where those 3 riders were sitting in the overall context of the Omnium, but they've picked up 20 points each. Get behind this single rider there chasing. Try to get her up there to pick up the 20 points, because she's done a really hard job there trying to get up there, and that is Kerry Jonker. She was away early in the bike race. She picked up the first 5 points, but now she's going to get right onto the bunch there, and they will give her 20 points as well. So 4 riders will be given 20 points. As soon as we get that up on the board there, you will see where they fit in the bike race. Were they a threat to Chloe Moran, Ali Wollaston, Georgia Baker? I don't know where they sit at the moment, but Rick's doing his homework there, and he's going to give a little bit of an announcement.
Yeah, just doing my maths, but unofficially again, the officials do the job. But with that lap taken, and Kira Will, that'll put her on 103 points, which has moved her up into 3rd position. So Kira will go to 103 points. She's up in the top 3. Wollaston still leads on 115. Chloe Moran sitting there on 113. Kira will be 103. Baker 102, Manly 100, both are 100. But also moved up there, Sophie Ma. She's moved up to 97 as well. So a couple of those riders really benefit by gaining that lap early. 44 laps to go. But Wollaston still leads the bike race overall from Moran. Now Kira Will in 3rd, and then Georgia Baker in 4th.
Yeah, it does. It does help when they're up on the board there, but we apologise for that. Unfortunately, there's some miscommunication communication or connection there, not going up to the board. But Rick will do his mathematics there. But as you see, the riders have got to do it in their head now. They've got to work out where they sit in the overall context of the bike race. Now, there are the leaders there, 42 laps to go. There's still plenty of sprint action. Of course, the rider there, as Rick was saying, Kira Will, picking up the 20 points, moved her into outright third. So that's really good. Chloe Moran driving it on the front there. There's another sprint coming up this time. Moran drives it on the front, watching her intensely. He wears number 40 on the saddlecloth, Ali Wollaston, who actually leads the event, gets a little bit caught in there and missed the break. Georgia Baker up around the outside, and a big move as well, coming up strong there as well. But let's have a look at that. They fight for a nice position. I reckon it was Chloe Moran kicked back on the inside. Georgia Baker holding out for second. So that will put Chloe Moran, I reckon, right up equal leader, or maybe 1 point ahead at this stage. We'll wait for Rick to do his maths on that one there. The fight is on. Going round that back section. So the moves are on. 38 laps to go. So still 4 sprints left. So now, Rick, what's going on?
I'm not real sure, Graham. No, checking my maths now with that result there, I reckon now Chloe Mann has gone back to the front with 118 points. Ali Wollaston on 117. That's unofficial, but they're sitting there. They're fighting neck and neck. Baker goes to 105, but now this is a big move. Alyssa Pilates and Alex Manley have gone on the attack. Remembering Manley sitting at the moment in 5th position, but if she gets 20 points, she'll certainly climb right up that leaderboard, and she's with Alyssa Pilates.
Yeah, Alicia Pilates, yeah. Ren was under 23 national road champion that she took that out. They look over the shoulder there. They haven't got the gap that the others did, but they're really moving along strongly at the moment. Valentino Scandalara there, just moving, chasing the group down. Georgia Baker. Chloe Moran just resting in there at this stage. Not far behind her is the rider in 2nd place overall, Ali Wollaston. So they've sat up. We've got these 2 riders here. If they make the move, Rick, I think Alex Manley could move right up there.
She could. Could it be deja vu? We saw her do this in the tempo race, and she got awarded a lap right at the end. Now she's looking for another lap, but she's also looking for points. And if she gets those points in the lap, she'll move right up into the top 2. So 32 to go this time. Pilates and Manley get behind them. Remembering there's an overall Omnium champion at stake. So Manley, I just saw her had a little glimpse across the track. She wants to know where they are, but she also knows next lap proves some sprint points. So that's what we're looking at. The main field, they're looking at each other. So Manley and Pilates now, they're going to come round and get the bell for the next sprint. They'll get 5 and 3 points, and then they're looking for the 20 to gain a lap. The main field, though, they're still watching at each other. Now Wollaston makes the move with Bofa. Manley and Pilates down the back straight. So Manley's going to gain 5 points here. Pilates will gain 3, but the others get a lap to go as they go through. So you see Wollaston, Bofa there. So at the moment, Manley's got the 5, Pilates the 3. The others are still racing for points. Now Manley wants to get the lap and close it down and gain another 20.
Okay, so that was a very controlled sprint there. Alex Manley and Alicia Pilates, they just got the sprint in before they have taken the lap. I don't think Alicia Pilates has been given that lap yet. She's getting very close to the wheel. So those 2 riders will pick up 20 points apiece. I reckon there Rick will do his homework. He's getting the old pencil out and the no, he hasn't got a calculator, but he's working out the points indeed. And I reckon it could be Alex Manley. She did that earlier on in that early race, took that lap in that progressive race. So here, picking up 20 points, and she was right up in the in 5th or 6th position at that stage. So I reckon that's probably going to put her right up near the top. So we'll wait until we get those there. They're working feverishly on the program there to try and get that back up on the scoreboard, which makes it a little bit easier. But now, Wollaston, Ali Wollaston does the hits the front moves to the top. Short, sharp turns, Georgia Baker, Alex Manley, who was the big winner. Both Alex and Alicia Polides took the 20 points each, and I think Rick's going to give us a little bit of an announcement there. What's happening, Rick?
So with that move by Alex Manley, she picked up the 5 for the sprint win in 20. She goes to 125 points. She now leads the bike race. Chloe Moran's on 118. Wollaston, is on 119. She's in second. Moran third on 118. And then we'll see Baker on 105. But Manley has jumped right up now. She leads the bike race from Wollaston by 6 points. Unofficial, of course. And then Moran on 118. And then we'll go back to Baker on 105. Kira Will is also still up there on 103. And then Bofa is on 101.
So what that does, Rick, is what you've worked it out. That Alex, she's put in the big hard yard. Both her and Alicia Polides. They got the 20 points. They've pushed them right up the rankings. Alex Manley now got a little bit of a buffer over second and third. She now needs to control the bike race and then pick what she needs to do coming up in these last remaining 23 laps.
Yeah, so still 3 sprints to go. And remembering the last sprint's double points. So now it's a race on. You got 3 riders there, Manley leading from Wollaston and Moran. Then it's a bit of a gap back to Baker on the overall points. But at the moment, 7 points between 3 riders. They're going to come round and get the bell now. So Manley, then you see in second, Kira Will there underneath. But it's Baker, Manley, Wollaston, then Moran. Down the back straight they go. Baker's leading. Wollaston now. She wants to take it back, and Wollaston showing strong. Baker racing in there for second. Manley and then Moran trying to pick up the points. But it's Wollaston to 5. Baker to 3. Manley to 2. Moran picks up 1 point. 20 laps to go. 2 sprints left in the bike race.
Yeah, quite interesting there. Number Ali Wollaston there taking that win there. That's going to put her right up with the 5 points. Although Alex Manley, I reckon she might have picked second or third. Very close between Alex Manley and Georgia Baker when they went across the line. So that's going to be rather interesting. Getting close, remembering. And now we've got Botha. I think that is hitting out on the front there. She is the New Zealand pursuit champion. But Alicia Polides has gone with her. Number 47, Alicia Polides, has gone really out there. Georgia Baker is also going along with the move. Late in the bike race. Can another 20 laps be taken for this foursome out the front? Valentino Scandalara there also in the mix as well. But you can see the riders on the front driving it hard. Chloe Moran needs to do a big strong turn there. Wollaston sitting back in about 5th place. I don't think this breaker is going to get away. 16 laps to go coming up. So what's the update, Rick?
Yeah, so unofficially again, of course, but now I have Alex Manley on 127, Wollaston on 126, Moran on 119, and they'll be fighting it out. But now, this move out front being closed down. But that's my unofficial rankings. Of course, the officials are the ones making all the notes, but I'm just working there. But I believe there's 1 point between Manley and Wollaston. And then not far behind is Moran. 2 sprints to go. Still 15 points maximum up for grabs. It could be anyone's bike race. They come down now. 14 laps. The men's points race Omnium will be after this. But now we'll see who's got a little bit left in the legs. Who's got a little bit more grit still to go on these next sprints. Class bike riders out there. But Manley leads the way narrowly from Wollaston and Moran.
Yeah, riding strong. Both are there just trying to sneak away at the moment as well. And the rider from Ireland, Mia Griffin, swung up to the top. Chloe Moran riding strongly there. Let's see, Wollaston's moving into second place there. We've got 5, 3, 2 and 1 up for grabs next sprint. And then the last sprint is worth double points. And that is 10, 6, 4 and 2. That's correct, but anyway, we'll call it. So double points for the last one. So that's going to be very decisive there. Not separating the two leading riders here. Alex Manley punches up around the outside. Moran tries to go with her. Here goes Wollaston. This is first and second in the bike race at the moment. Alex Manley kicks hard. Wollaston's going to try and squeeze off the top of that bend there. She looks good and strong around the outside. That will put her into the lead. Wollaston, I now reckon, will lead over Manley. Not by much, by probably maybe only 1 point, maybe 2. And then it's going to come right down to the wire for the last sprint, which is worth double points. 10 for the win, 6 for second, 4 for third, and 2 for fourth. Scandalara, is she going to spoil it all for those ones at the back? Rick's feverishly working with his pencil on paper down here, working out the scores. He did all right at maths in school, so I reckon I believe him with the numbers. So now we're just going to have a look. I reckon Wollaston's got the lead, Rick.
Yeah, I said unofficially, I still make it Wollaston now, 1 point in front of Manley. So it's down to the last sprint. Not far away is Moran in third place, so still plenty up for grabs. But Wollaston and Manley now are the two that are standing out in front. They got 1 sprint to go. There's 10 points up for grabs. The simple equation, though, whoever gets in front in the points, as long as they get points out of Manley and Wollaston, will win the bike race on my reckoning. I said we'll wait for the officials to confirm that. But certainly Chloe Moran is still within touching distance as well. So provisionally now the officials are doing it there. Alex Manley leads by 1 point. So it's a reverse order there we have. So 1 point, Manley leads over Wollaston is the unofficial there. You saw Glenn O'Shea. He was very quick to check the points, but Manley leads by 1 point over Wollaston. Chloe Moran is not far behind as well, and they're all at the front of this bike race with 5 to go.
Yeah, 5 to go this time there. Big move on the inside there to try and drive it away. Georgia Baker drops in, remembering also the way the points work out. If riders are on equal points at the end, who crosses the line first determines, will separate who's going to take the win or the second or third and fourth. So now Georgia Baker driving it hard on the front. She's going to go for the last 4 laps at the moment, driving it strong. We've got Moran sitting there. Alex Manley sitting back and favouring on Alex Manley there. Ali Wollaston. It's those two there we can watch. Manley's moving up there. We're coming up to, I reckon, 2 to go. Georgia Baker's doing a blinder of a turn on the front. Manley sitting up there. Wollaston's just covering at the moment, Rick, down the back straight. So there's a big one here, Rick. Who's going to take it out?
It is indeed, but Chloe Moran's also up there looking for the major points. Manley now, Wollaston trying to go with her as they go through now. Now down the back straight, it's Moran. Manley, now Wollaston makes the move. Manley's late to react. Wollaston, this could be the bike race. Wollaston comes to the front. Manley now coming up. Ali Wollaston gets the win for the 10 points. Manley will take second, Moran in third. We'll wait for the official confirmation, but with that sprint change, I think that Ali Wollaston will now take out the Omnium over Alex Manley.
Yeah, and as Rick was saying there, it's a really close. It was unfortunate we couldn't see the numbers as they were moving up on the board there. They're feverishly trying to work on that there. But Ali Watson, what a great ride there. Very controlled over the last 2 sprints. She looked the strongest rider, taking out both of the last 2 sprints there to give her the victory. But what a great race there. And Ali Wollaston from New Zealand taking out that win. So next we have the men's points race, and then it's home. And they're back racing here again tomorrow, I believe, Rick. 10 o'clock start is a free entry, I believe. I think that right, Jake? Free entry tomorrow. Okay, he's nodding his head, so he's got deep pockets, so it's free entry tomorrow here. 10 o'clock racing here. What better place to be here at the Adelaide Superdrome. Fantastic racing there for the women. Absolutely magnificent finish. The men are about to start, and it can be equally as good for this next one.
Yeah, what a great way to spend your Friday. Come here, watch some racing, then go into the Adelaide City tomorrow night for the presentations of the women's and men's Tour Down Under teams ready for Saturday, where racing gets underway. But right now, men's Omnium points race, the final race. We just saw a thrilling race between the women down to the last sprint. Wollaston, Manly, Moran. We'll wait for the officials to confirm all the points. But right now, the men, and we have two riders equal in the men, in Kel O'Brien and Graham Prisley. So on the infield, can we have some holders, please, for the men's Omnium? We're looking for some holders for the men's Omnium. Need a few more, please, for the men's Omnium to hold the riders down on the blue band. But while we're lining up for the men's, we'll just wait for the...
Okay, we're just running a regular point race. How come this is working? Hey, Tony.
So as we head into the men's, you can see now they have the points on the board. That's where they are overall. Unfortunately, we didn't have it up for the women, but you'll be able to keep track now of that. Kel O'Brien and Graham Frisley on 108 point seat. Jan Willem van Schip on 94 with Maximin Schmidbauer from Austria. Oliver Bledden 92, Cam Rogers 86, Will Holmes 84. Those points will get added to as they go along, and you'll be able to keep track. In this, the men's Omnium will announce the official placings, so confirmation for the women very shortly.
So as you can see right up on the top there, we've got one rider away already trying to sneak away. Is he going to try and take a... I tell you what, he's looking over the shoulder. He looks good. So early into the bike race, 96 laps to go. He's really riding strong there. And that is Josh Duffy. He heads down there, but you can see the live points up there. We've got Kellen O'Brien, Graham Frisley on 108 each. You've got a bit of a buffer there over Van Schip and Maxim Schmidboyer and Oliver Bledden. But it's between these two here. But Rick, that's a big early move there by this man here.
Yeah.
I reckon he's going to take a lap. It looks like it.
Duffy went out early in elimination, so he's looking to make amends and get some points back early. Just the official confirmation that, of course, Ali Wallace in New Zealand won the women's Omnium. Alex Manley took second, and Chloe Moran took third. So very close in the end, 139 points to 136 to 125. That was the women's points total. So a good win to Ali Wollaston over Alex Manley, Chloe Moran. For right now the men and Duffy, he's got half a lap, but that's about where it stayed now. First sprint still coming away. So 100 laps, same applies as for the women with 5, 3, 2 and 1. Last sprint 10, 6, 3 and 2. 10, 6, 4 and 2. And Duffy looking to get some points. He sits down at the moment in 10th position on 68 points. So he gets the Belgrave. He's going to take the 5 pretty easy, but it's the lap he really wants.
Yeah, the 5 points will bring him up the ladder, but as Rick was saying, and this is the thing when he went out early in the elimination, so he didn't get a lot of points in that one, so it pushed him down on the overall category. But let's see if he can try and pull up a lap. He's probably the big ride on there, and that's Kellen O'Brien, so he goes outright into the lead after that first sprint. That'll give him on 113, and Graham Frisley was back right up there as well. So let's have a look, see what's going on. Where's Duffy? The gap is now coming down with the chasers. With that sprint on board, they kept it going, kept the pace on. He's only now down about a third of a lap ahead, but he still will have a look across the line. As long as he's got it in his legs, he'll try and stay away. So Duffy for the 5, O'Brien 3, Han Zhang on 2, and Frisley 1.
That makes it very easy for you to now follow. The points are updated live. So O'Brien now goes to the lead outright on 111. Frisley 109. Van Schip stays on 94. Schmidbauer at 94. Bled 92. So the only result in the top 7 leaders that change. O'Brien now gets a 2-point buffer, but still a long way to go. The men's Omnium. We hope you enjoyed the racing here at the Adelaide Track League and the Tour Down Under 2023. It's been some great racing by some great cyclists. Great to see you here supporting them. And we hope you get out over the next 9-10 days around the Tour Down Under. There's such events. There's not only the road racing, there's BMX freestyle, there's paracycling events, there's criteriums. The team's presentations tomorrow night in the city. The women's Tour Down Under starts Saturday. We have the criterium Saturday night in around Vic Square for men and women. Then the women racing Sunday, Monday and Tuesday, and the men's Tour Down Under will start on the Tuesday. So great 9 days of cycling across all disciplines coming away, but still plenty to race for here. 83 laps to go this time. O'Brien leads the way, and you can see O'Brien in a national champions jersey. He's been shadowed by Graham Frisley in the green jersey. They're sitting 1 and 2 overall.
Yeah, it's very striking colours there, Kellen O'Brien. He took out the National Criterium Championship. Talking to him earlier on, he didn't expect to. He let it out up the straight. He was able to hold out. And O'Brien now leads. He's got a 2-point buffer over Graham Frisley. Van Schip, the previous points race world champion. Tuber on 94. Schimber on 94 as well. Oliver Bledden on 92. So now, number 55 drives it on the front there, and that is Connolly down that back straight. But I'll tell you what, have a look at Ollie Bledden there. He loves these races there But Kell O'Brien kicks around the outside. Bledden on the outside will take the 5 points. That'll bring him up to 97 points. Oliver Bledden absolutely loves and thrives on points races. Missed out in the National Omnium, Madison Championship by in the last sprint. Very disappointed, but he's such a driver. Graham Frisley sitting in third spot there. And we've got the big move on the bottom. Coming through, Kellen O'Brien covering all the moves at the moment. So the number 99 going along nicely at the moment. So Graham Frisley, you'll see the points still go up there. Bledden taking the 5, O'Brien 3, Frisley 2. Not much separating these two, Kellen O'Brien and Graham Frisley. 3 points separate them now. Oliver Bledden has moved outright third with that sprint. Looking good there. And you will find Oliver Bledden will actually ride. He just puts himself into the right position. Loves to ride points races. We've got Turbo Miller riding up the top there as well. And big Leo Zimmerman. The two sassy riders riding into the mix. Kellen O'Brien, such a big, strong lad, leads it on the front. Doesn't go too far back, 75 laps to go. James Moriarty pushing hard down that back straight. In the green colours, swapping off turn for turn. The young fella there, Will Holmes, brilliant race in the elimination earlier on. He left the pack, left the field, joined the breakaway. Now, pushing along nicely at the moment as they're going through. There's a 66 rider there of Ryan Schilt. Short, sharp turns. It'll be 72 laps to go coming up. So the boy, the numbers sing over, 72 laps to go. 3 points in the buffer at the moment. Kellen O'Brien, he looks strong. Frisley got caught out a little bit there. The big fella on the around the outside. Kellen O'Brien, 1 to go. Turbo Miller pushes through on the inside. Here comes Oliver Bledden there. He's going to really push it to the line. He loves the points race. I keep saying that, but I love to watch him race. He's going to push hard down there, and he's going to get the win. Another 5 points for Oliver Bledden. That's going to bring him up to 102. But O'Brien, Mr. Consistency, took the 3 points. Going to take him to 117. Frisley didn't feature in that last one there, Rick. So very controlled race by Kellen O'Brien, but I love the work that Ollie Bledden is doing.
Yeah, Oliver Bledden, a good win there. But Kell O'Brien, what a sensational 4 weeks he's had. 4 weeks ago, mid-December, he won the Austral Oil race in Melbourne. The next night, he won the Australian Omnium Championships in Melbourne. He then won the Australian Madison Championships in the same weekend. Then last weekend, he got third in the Australian Road Time Trial Championships, and now he's here leading the Omnium event here. He's had a sensational 4 weeks. He's a rising star on the road circuit. He's been a star on the track, showing again why. Bledden there, you see, has now moved up to clearly in the third. Frisley now still in second, 6 points behind O'Brien. Bledden's closed the gap a little bit. Van Schip and Schmidbauer yet to gain points, but don't underestimate Willem Van Schip. I've seen him lap a field at international level very, very quickly. He's a big, strong rider from the Netherlands. He'll just bide his time. He'll wait till he thinks there's some tired legs, and then he'll make a move. But right now, Connor Lee is out there with the rider, the Korean rider of Hong Young, and they're looking to move themselves up. They're currently sitting at the moment in 11th and 15th, and they're looking to make that lap and move them up the leader.
Yeah, they might move him up the board there. Looking good there. Get behind them. I tell you what, they're really honing in on that group. Not a lot of action happening, although it is stretched out, so the pace is on. Will Holmes looks over. Oliver Bledden's there. And then we've got the big fella there, the leader of the bike race, Kellen O'Brien. But these two riders, get behind these two riders. Can they take the 20 points? Can they get the lap? They're really going to be hard and tough to get it, but they're really riding strong. Connolly, and of course Hun Young riding strong there in the sights. Got him in that straight there. Looking good at the moment. The 20 points will shoot him up the ladder, but there's a bit of a break on the front there. Kellen O'Brien says, right, I'm going to make it hard for you. If you're going to take 20 points, this is going to be interesting. They get ever so close. The bell goes to these. They're going to get 5 and 3 points, actually. But it's the man out in front making it really hard for this group there that go through, Rick. So it's going to be very, very tough. In actual fact, they've dropped a little bit in that last lap. So get behind these two here. Give them a cheer as they go through. Can they pull the 20 points? It's going to be very, very tough.
Yeah, they picked up 5 and 3, but it's the lap they wanted. But look at what Kell O'Brien started. He's decimated his field. He's tied legs out there now. This is the fourth of endurance fight for him. And just a little bit of pressure, and fielder legs are starting to snap. O'Brien, but here is Van Schip just putting it there, testing the legs out. Watch out for him. He's just testing them, saying, well, who's got the legs? Just biding his time, but look at the rest of the field now. There's riders in trouble as we see the two leaders out there, Lee and Hung Young, still trying to gain the lap. They're half a lap up, but O'Brien doing everything right at the moment. I said he's had a sensational 4 weeks, and then he heads into the Tour Down Under next week with his team, the Jayco Australian team. But right now, the two leaders on the track, not in the white race, is Hung Yang and Connor Lee. But with the pace of the main field, they've got no more than half a lap. As now we see Moriarty putting the pressure on the front of Peloton, Duffy closing him down. But the leaders there, Graham, O'Brien, Frisley, they'll be watching each other.
Yeah, it looks like they may actually, young Hun Yang there, he's pulled the pin on that brake. It leaves the man out in front. There's still Connolly there is the leading rider, but they're starting to spread out a little bit at the moment. They're really tough riding. The big fella there, number 76, we've got Angus Miller riding strong there. Graham Frisley going back into the field there. Graham Frisley's being watched by their leader, Kellen O'Brien, down the back straight. But the leader in the bike race still is out there on the southern bend. He's going down there. He's still got about half a lap ahead. Can he bridge? He got within about 50 metres, maybe even 40, but he's now dropped back to half a lap. So damn hard to be out there by yourself, Rick.
It is. He's the rider had with him is Jung Hung, has got dropped back to the peloton. But Connor Lee got a bronze medal in the individual suit race at the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, so he can ride this pace all day long if he needs to, but he just needs that main field to lull a little bit. So Connor Lee, he can see him just in the distance. He said the legs are there, giving some support. Connor Lee is trying to get the lap. He's trying to get the 20 points. That's what he wants, but the attacks keep coming. I mentioned before about the Netherlands rider Van Schip. He's on the move now. So Van Schip is on the move. That's a dangerous move for O'Brien and Frisley. Lee trying to get there. Lee will pick up 5 points, but then he wants the 20. But Van Schip, the Dutch rider, he sits there on 94 points in 4th spot, but he's out for the lap. I said wait for his move. He's made it. Lee picks up the 5. He'll be given contact shortly. Connor Lee goes down straight now. Give him a round of applause. He's made contact with the field. So he picks up 5 for the sprint and 20 for the lap. So that'll move him up, Graham. But Van Schip, the Dutch rider, he's out on front now. If he gets a lap, that'll certainly change the complexion of the top 3.
Yeah, so won that 20 points. He took the 5 points heading to that win. He got the 20 points, so I know he at least picked up 25 and maybe 30 points with the breakaway staying away as well. So we'll have a look once they get up there to Van Schip there, took out the 2 points. And let's have a look there now. He's starting to move up. So Kellen O'Brien still on 119, Graham Frisley, Oliver Bledden. But that's 20 points there. Hasn't moved him up as high as I thought, Rick.
It hasn't. He was a bit down, but I said it moves him back up. But now all eyes on the Dutch rider Van Schip. He sits there in 5th on 96 points, but he's got half a lap up. This is what he now needs to do. He's strong. He does this consistently, and it's up to now Frisley and O'Brien to keep an eye on where he is, as he's got 2 riders working with him at the moment. So still plenty laps to go, 45 laps to go. Frizzly's doing a lot of work trying to keep that gap to Van Schip down. Now O'Brien, look at O'Brien. He's just put the hammer down and said, let's go. So O'Brien realises the danger, and in one short pedal stroke, he's put the whole peloton under pressure. He realises the danger of Van Schip.
Yeah, exactly right. That's clean, hard driving riding there by Kellen O'Brien. He looked over there and he said, right, the big fella there sitting in fifth spot there. If he pulls out 20 points for a lap gain, he's going to be right up there in the mix. So it's getting very, very interesting indeed. So you can see Kell O'Brien riding strong on the front there, and of course Josh Duffy going with him there. It's going to make it very, very hard for these three on the front to try and bridge the gap. The main field now is pulling them back, so I reckon in a few more laps they'll be all back together again on the equal lap.
They're out in front, but look at, ladies and gentlemen, the Australian champion O'Brien. He's gone out on his own. He doesn't wait for anyone else to close the gap. Van Schip will be out there looking for points, but O'Brien, he says, I'm not going to let you get away with this. And he does, as a race leader does, he controls the bike race. So they're coming down to get the points. Van Schip will pick up 3, but O'Brien will pick up 2. Bledden will pick up 1. But Kell O'Brien, such a dominating rider. He said, well, to me to close the gap. He hasn't done it yet, but he realises the danger. He's got Bledden with him for company, but Van Schip, he just keeps rolling out in front on his own. O'Brien will have to work hard to get there, but great riding by Van Schip to force the pressure, and O'Brien for realising the danger and closing the gap.
Yeah, closing the gap nice. He's got a nice little buffer at the moment. Looking on the board there over Frizzly. So about a 9-point gap there at the moment. Buffer looking very good. The danger rider there is still out in front there, but I think Kell O'Brien is just moving into third spot at the moment. Van Schip there is on 99. Oliver Bledden on the 104. And Shinbai then on 102. So they are looking very strong at the moment. But those three leaders, Rick, look very strong indeed.
And if this break stays away, Van Schip, O'Brien, Bledden, they're the big winners. The rider facing difficulty at the moment, Graham Frizzly. He sits second overall, but if he loses to these three riders, he'll drop out of that top spot. So the big riders would gain. O'Brien's controlling his race lead, as a champion does, but Van Schip and Bledden are looking to consolidate their positions and gain 20 points. And Frizzly, that's why he's had to do a lot of work, but he's placing second. He's in jeopardy at the moment with 35 laps to go.
Yeah, 35 to go, so plenty of action here. The big loser at the moment there is Graham Frizzly sitting in second there. He's got those three riders out in front trying to get that lap. So now which is deemed as the main group. The group is there on that front. They're led by Will Holmes at the moment. 76 got Moriarty there as well, Graham Frizzly. The group, the chasing three, getting onto the back of this intermediate group at the moment. They're going through, and that is Kell O'Brien. Swings up. The man there, it's a big, big, strong man in Van Schip there. Will come through and do a turn shortly. As Rick was saying, a previous world points race champion. Probably one of the tallest riders I've seen on a bike. Sits very, very quickly on the bike, but very comfortable indeed.
And how quickly things change. 10 laps ago, Oliver Bledden was with those front three. Now he's in difficulty off the back of the main field. So Bledden's position in third now is a little bit of jeopardy. These riders get the bell, which is those three in front. O'Brien, then Smith, and also Van Schip. The other riders are off the back. But certainly now, the complexity of the race, the Schmidbauer and Van Schip. Van Schip trying to get over the line. He might have got the 5. Schmidbauer to 3. O'Brien to 2. He's happy with that. But right now, Bledden and Frizzly are the riders in trouble with their placings. You can see both Frizzly and Bledden, they're in digging deep as these riders. And I said, the experience of Kell O'Brien and the control, and also Van Schip. I told you he'd wait for his moment, but when he did, he'd make it count, and that's what he's doing at the moment. They haven't got the lap yet, but he's got the riders above him in the places in a bit of bother. Van Schip the 5, Schmidbauer the 3, O'Brien the 2, Bledden the 1. But right now, just the lap they're looking for. There's some tired legs out there as they come around with 28 laps to go.
Yeah, 27 laps to go for the leaders coming up. Kel O'Brien, he looks up in the top there. He's on 123. He's got a nice little buffer over Graham Frisbee, but he's the rider that's going to be dropping because the other two riders, they're sitting in third, fourth and fifth. They're going to be starting moving up the ranks if they get this lap. That's going to put them in outright 1, 2 and 3. The big fella, Van Schip, they're driving it strong on the front, looks down over the shoulder. We've got the man jumps through there, Kel O'Brien, looking very strong indeed as he goes through all short, sharp turns, and I reckon it won't be too long, maybe 2 or 3 laps, and they'll be right up on that main field. So we'll be racing at 10 o'clock tomorrow here. I think it's all freebie, so I think all the gear can be locked up in the Superdrome here, so you don't need to take it all home with you. Getting closer. Ever so close are they getting. You can see they can see them, but hard to pull them in. It's like that big fish. We're trying to reel it in there. The big fella, Van Schip, sits crouched over the front bike there, getting closer. Kel O'Brien says, right, I'm leading the bike race. Do I need to take the lap? I think they do. They're really working hard. The chase there, Graham Frisbee gets on the front and buries himself to try and get the bunch to move. It's about the length straight at this stage. I'm not sure they're going to get it, but they're trying.
Yeah, they said you can see they're tied, but the two riders, you see the two riders at the back not doing turns. They're not allowed to. They're a lap down. They can't assist the 3 in front. But O'Brien now, he's the driver of this race. Van Schip, Schmidbauer. But now you see the other riders up there looking to attack. But Frisley and Bledden, they're trying to clear. So these riders get the bell once more, some points to be picked up. This is where now Bledden's result position could be in jeopardy as we see these other riders will pick up more points. As on the attack is Dudley, Cam Rogers out there as well. For Van Schip's looking for another 5. He raced up the lead, 5. Schmidval to 3, Kel O'Brien to 2. So O'Brien consolidating his lead nicely. Van Schip will go to 110. So you'll sit in third now. And then Maxim Schmidbauer will be 108. But there's the 20 points they wanted, but they might not get it there, which will also help the likes of Graham Frisley. They're spread out across the track now, but the 3 leaders down the back straight, as you can see, Frisley and Bredden, they're holding on with 2 sprints left to go.
Yeah, looking at the board there, Kel O'Brien is in a good commanding position there. You see Graham Frisley was so strong earlier on there. He's not picking up any points at the moment. I reckon that a blowout there from some rider. That's the big fella, Van Schip. Oh, tell you what, it went off with a big bang, that one. So
that's a shame for Van Schip. They're looking for a wheel for him. They're not sure if they've got a wheel. You see Josh Harrison, he grabs a wheel, he grabs a couple of wheels. He needs a spinner. Van Schip looking for a wheel. He's got 5 laps to get back in. So Van Schip, great to see Josh Harrison race over there. He realised straight away. So there's 1 lap. You see the fingers going up. That's the count. Van Schip couldn't pick a worse time to get a puncher. The legs also would be feeling the effects now. And it leaves O'Brien and Schmidbauer out in front. Rogers trying to take. They got the wheel out. You see the fingers going up. So he's got a couple laps left before he can get back in. And his front leaders will be looking for him as well. Harrison getting the wheel on. You can see there's a little bit of issue there with the change. The fingers are still up to 3. Now they're going through. So he's got 1 more lap to get back in, I think I'll say. They're doing up his wheel. It'd be a shame for him to not be able to get in. So your next lap through, you'll have to get back in on there. So they're just checking there. And I'll put him back on the bike, but he's got to get back in next lap. Give him a round of applause and great work, Josh Harrison. So Jan Willem Van Schip will be able to join his breakaway companions. So great riding, you see him getting back up and going. Give him a round of applause, Graham, but that's fantastic and well done, Josh Harrison.
Yeah, 3 cheers for Josh Harrison. Yay! Get him back on the track there. Didn't want to lose a bike race for a puncher there. Absolutely fantastic. As you can see, the points there. O'Brien still in the winning position there. The others are just niddling away at it. The bell goes again this time. And that is the man on the front there. Kell O'Brien leads it there. The big fella, Van Ship. He was interesting. He had a punch there. He says, right, I want to try and win this sprint as well. He's going strong there. He's going to pull up 5 points there. And I reckon they're going to probably try and get the gap this time. Try and take the lap. They're getting so close. So close indeed. Van Ship gets the 5 points. Kell O'Brien says, right, we've been doing it back here long enough. We need the 20 points. Come on, let's take it on. They'll get the 20 points now, so that's going to be really good, Rick.
Give him a round of applause. There was a lot of effort, and he might have got a puncher in the tyre, but he certainly didn't get a puncher in the legs, Van Ship. That's going to move him right up now. O'Brien will consolidate his lead. Van Ship and Smidbauer would be the big winners out of that. That'll put Frizzley now down. We'll wait for the points to be added. 1 sprint left to go, but those 3 riders will get 20 points, plus what they got for the sprint wins. So you're going to see O'Brien will go probably to about 147. I'll wait for it. Van Ship, though, will jump up. He'll be up there as well. So will Schmidmauer and then Bledden. So down to the final sprint. Kell O'Brien's done everything right at the moment.
So as you can see, you see Van Ship won again. Kell O'Brien, 127 on there. Van Ship on 114. Have they put the 20 points up? I'm not sure if the 20 points are up there as yet. I don't believe that the 20 points have been added to that breakaway as yet. But that'll put Kell O'Brien in a commanding Van Ship run into second. And then Schudbroyer, Maxim there, he will move into a outright third once they get the 20 points. Now, back together again. 4 laps, 3 laps to go this time. Just waiting for the 20 points to be added up there, but that will significantly show first, second and third going into the last sprint.
Yeah, they haven't added the 20 points onto the scoreboard, so those figures aren't indicative of the lap taken, because O'Brien will move up to 147, Van Ship will go to 134, and Smidbauer will go to 131, because they gained a lap, so it's going to come down. And look at Van Ship, the big Dutchman now. He wants the last sprint. He knows there's 10 points on the stake as well. So they're going to come through now. And Van Ship, he's there. He's gone for the big win. He's gone for the 10 points. Bledden and Cam Rogers trying to fight out. But just waiting for those points to be done. And we'll see Van Ship. He'll go to 144. But O'Brien, ladies and gentlemen, Kell O'Brien will take out the men's Omnium to add to his Australian Championship. A dominating performance by Kell O'Brien. We'll wait for the final figures, but I'll tell you now, Kell O'Brien will be 147. Van Ship, with that sprint win, he should be on 144. And then Schmidbauer will be also up there, somewhere on 131. But Kell O'Brien takes the men's Omnium with a dominating display. He's had 4 weeks of sensational results. So we thank you for attending. We hope you enjoyed the racing, the entertaining. We know the riders have. I want to thank all the officials who have been here since 9 o'clock this morning and have worked all day putting on a great race. The organisers for putting on a great venue. More track racing tomorrow at 10 o'clock. The Tour Down Under President tomorrow night. We hope you enjoyed. We hope to see you back around Adelaide over the next 10 days. Have a safe journey home.